You gotta get high like this. You gotta get high like me. You gotta get high like this. You gotta get high like me. You gotta get high like this. You gotta get high like me. You gotta get high like this. You gotta get high like me. I'm fucking these bitches, alright. I'm having my way, alright. My fingers stay motherfucking tight. My eyes are open and high. I can't believe I got night. I just realized I was tired. I was 17 on the mic. I'm trying to be cutting on mic. I'm a gigolo hoe, I bite. My whole career they bite. Some niggas are thinking they faster than me. Somebody should tell them they dying. I'm done with these niggas some decent. I just be pissing, I don't give a fuck. I know when you move, boy, bitch, I'm trying to tell you how gon' fuck. All you ever do is copy, all you ever do is mic. Why you talking about me? If you really got a problem, we can handle that problem. Yeah, body to body. Body to body. My bitch got body, yeah, my bitch got body, yeah, my bitch got body. Screech like a hyena when I get a body. Travel the world, see her on tour with your girl. It's not my world, it's my world. And she's not my girl, she's not his girl. You play on my top, get a reefer. Put him in smoke, you reefer. Put him in a cuff, put him in a cuff. Put him in a cuff. I jump out the lamp truck, she thought that I lost it. I jump on my red, I push shot, then I go to Boston. I stay with like 10 dots, Austin. Everything is awesome, F.A. fucking awesome. Then she telling niggas watch me, they don't know how I cross them. Double O, yeah, the big 7 weeks, getting ready for the crossover. Tell the driver you need to pull over. Let this bitch come tighten over. Nosebleed, yeah, high speed. I need to roll over. You been at the funny and fake popping, yeah, just like hot soda. Y'all niggas don't know how to grow up. I've been an OG since I was younger. All of my friends are dead. Leave them in the cold, put them in the tundra. I go Ray Charles, second I see her, I make her fumble. I was just in Texas with Aaliyah, pussy a jungle. They wanted this atmosphere, I'm sick, but I told them I'm coming normal. When you play this shit with a white touch, young nigga like you in a formal. It's hot, bitch scorching. On the porch, New Yorkin'. She's still trying to find you in Jordan. I was 24 when I had Lil Ernest. I had a daughter too. 27 when I had Eve. I finally sleep. Let the sun beat me home. Let the moon set me up. Yeah. All right, first of all, I need to make sure my audio levels are correct. I need y'all to make sure to tell me if y'all can hear me loud and clearly. That's the first thing I need y'all to do. We're going to be doing another on the run class today, but I do have my microphone with me, so the audio should be at least halfway decent. I'm not in my studio today. I'm on the run as usual. So we will be having an on the run class. But while we're doing that, I need to make sure y'all can hear me. So without further ado, I need y'all to go ahead and press that thumbs up button for me while you're starting off. Please tell a friend to tell a friend that J-Lethal is live. By the way, yes, my name is J-Lethal. If you don't know who I am, that's probably because YouTube hates me. Don't worry about that. I do want to say one thing quickly, a few things actually. First thing is that welcome to another online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a motherfucking further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. That's the first thing. I want to also send a shout out and blessings to you guys who are listening to the chat, coming on into the chat tonight. I know I'm about 30 minutes late or something. Actually, I'm about damn near an hour late, but it is what it is. You know, we're doing this on the run thing, and sometimes you can't always be on time. So shout out to everybody who's here right now. Shout out to everybody who's going to be watching this video on the playback. If you're watching this video on the playback please leave a comment below and let me know that you have seen the class afterwards. If you can hear me right now and you're live, please put 7 in the chat and a microphone emoji. If you can hear me loud and clear, there's no back noise, there's no crazy noise in the back or nothing like that. I'm gonna reduce the background noise. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Audio. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that until I gotta play my music later. So anyway, y'all, we are back again today with another class. But before we even talk about what in the stuff that we're talking about tonight, of course, I want to say shout out to every one of y'all, and a special shout out to my people on patreon.com/JLEETHAL7. Those are the people that financially support my endeavors so that I can be able to bring you classes on the run like this, regular classes, Talk My Shit Tuesdays, Call In Fridays, regular streams, any kind of live streams. The people on Patreon who believed in me and who have financially supported me, those are the true MVPs. If you would like to support me, a black teacher, black activist, pretty all-around cool guy, you can do so at J-LEETHAL7 or forgive me, patreon.com/J-LEETHAL7. Okay, patreon.com/J-LEETHAL7. You can support me for as little as $3 a month, guys. Listen to that. That's not a lot of money. A lot of you guys be here every single Monday or every single week, and you have not joined my Patreon even for 1 month. Not even a $3 donation. Come on, guys. And as you know, I'm not Dr. Umar, so I'm not going to force you to donate your grits money, but it would be nice if you were to financially support, especially in these trying times. But enough of that. But yes, shout out to my people on patreon.com/JLEETHAL7. So without further ado, we're about to get into the business, but I do need to say a few more things. First of all, I want to say that the federal law, quote unquote, allows citizens such, quote unquote, such as myself, to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use, and it is allowed. Wait, you said there's no sound? Bryce, you said the audio is good, then you said there's no sound. Which one is it? Talk to me, guys, in the chat. Can you hear me? Hold on. Let me make sure y'all hear me. Let me make sure y'all hear me real quick. Because, you know, y'all be sending me mixed messages sometimes. I'll do a whole stream and I won't even know until later that it's not working. Hold on. Because, you know, y'all be sending me mixed messages sometimes. I'll do a whole stream and I won't even know until later that it's not working. Hold on. Okay, so I think we sound pretty good. So I want to let it be known that, first of all, shout outs to all of y'all. I love you. But I also need to let it be known that the federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. Now, this is called fair use, ladies and gentlemen, and it is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and/or parody, which does not infringe under copyright 17 USC 107. That's the first thing I need to let be known because I might show some clips today. I am not trying to capitalize on any clips that I'm showing. I am not trying to monetize any clips that I'm showing today. I'm simply showing clips for the purposes of education, reaction, commentary, parody, news reporting, teaching, everything and above. Now, I'm going to read some comments in a bit. We're going to let everybody get settled in and we're going to start our class. Fuck. Spilt already. I already spilled some shit with my stupid ass. Okay, now the first thing is this. We need to know. What was the last class we did? Where's my nigga Jay at in the chat? What up, Bryce? Where my nigga Jay at? What hey everybody in the chat, by the way, shout out to y'all. What was the last stream that we did? Because I don't even remember. I don't know if I was here last week. I don't know what I did last. I don't know. I just been doing so much. I don't even know what I've been doing. When was the last time I saw you guys? What was the last thing we talked about? I know we talked about the Somalian versus the black conversation. That was a couple weeks ago. Um, oh, we talked about Jackie Robinson, didn't we? Let me see. Somebody tell me the name of the last class or the last conversation we had, just so I can remember, so we can pick up where we left off. Because you know it's important to follow the timeline. Another reason I make sure I do these classes so often is because there's a lot of news going on, and if we don't keep track of the news, what happens is we get lost in the agendas that are going on. And a big part of the agendas that I'm talking about involve tonight's topic. Now, does anybody know the name of, forget what we talked about last week, whatever, it doesn't matter. If go watch my last stream if you want to see what we've been talking about. Tonight we are talking about something very special because it involves the agenda that I speak of. Now, we've had these conversations before, but we also have to put a name to the face, and we have to make it known what we're talking about, because certain words get used far too often, and I think it's important that we contextualize some of the conversations that we're having. We use this word chaser, we use this word I've been talking about a lot of words that we use so frivolously. Simp. I think those are some of the biggest ones. Simp, clout chaser, hater. That's another big one. Black people love to talk about their haters. So we use these words too frivolously. Our haters, these clout chasers. And another word that we use too frivolously, in my opinion, is this word agent. Okay. Now, we've talked about this a number of times on my channel. I'm sure you've heard this word being used in different streams about whoever. I'm sure you've used this word in your personal life. Now, first, before we talk about this, I guess we have to talk about what is an agent, right? Just so we're clear moving forward, because again, we don't like to have hamster wheel conversations. We definitely don't like to have hamster wheel conversations. So what we're gonna do is try to get some understanding around here. So can somebody tell me in the comments what is your personal definition of an agent? Okay. I'm not talking about a State Farm agent, I'm not talking about a, you know, that kind of agent. But if the agent that we talk about in the black community, go ahead and put your best definition for what you would say an agent is, because this is a word that I've been hearing used a lot. I mean, going back maybe 8-10 years, maybe in the past 10 years, and I haven't heard it be used lately, like in the past year as much, but definitely in the past 5 to 10 years, this word has been used a lot by a lot of different people. So we're going to try to get some understanding on what this word means. Can somebody tell me your definition, should I say, of the word agent? I'm going to read some comments, and then we're going to read the actual Webster Dictionary or the Oxford Dictionary version of a agent. Let me read some comments real quick. Shout out to everybody who's in the chat, by the way. Let's see. Judah, I told you, not Sarah. I told you gotta change your name when you come into my chat, brother. I told you, brother, in order for me to go to interact with you, you're gonna have to change your name to come into this chat. Okay? Please change your name every time you come into the chat. You can change it back when you leave. Please and thank you. Show respect to the classroom. Now, let me read some comments. What up, Jay? Samuel Stanley says, A good definition of an agent, to keep it short and sweet, is basically a Judas. That's a good one. Leonard de Yehuda, what up, Leonard? Leonard says the good definition for an agent is an agent of the system of disinformation. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Jay says an agent is an informant of the government to disrupt any progress within the community. Okay. What up, Mark Sanchez? All praise be to the Most High God. You already know what it is. Solo Dolo says an agent is an undercover opposition. Okay, so these are pretty good definitions. I think we're on the same page, but just for anybody who's not clear, let's go ahead and read a Oxford Dictionary definition, just so we can be clear on what exactly we're talking about tonight before we move forward. Hold on, hold on. Okay, so this is the definition. If you go to Google and you type in agent, this is they're going to give you obviously the first, few definitions for it, the most commonly used definitions, okay? And we're talking about a person here, not a chemical, because there can be a chemical agent in chemistry and all this type of stuff. We're not talking about chemicals or anything like that. We're talking about a person when we talk about an agent. So let's go ahead and just quickly read the definition here of an agent. It says here that an agent this is from the Oxford Dictionary, an agent or agents is a person or people who acts on behalf of another person or group. That's interesting. Very interesting, guys. Read that again. An agent is a person or people who acts on behalf of another person or group of people, right? So that kind of goes into the definition that you guys were given, but let's read a little bit more. It says a person who manages a business, financial or contractual matters for an actor. Like actors have a agent, a Hollywood agent, stuff like that, a performer or writer. Let's read the third definition. A person or company that provides a particular service, typically one that involves organizing transactions between two other parties, like a real estate agent, right? Okay. Now, this is going to be probably the most revealing definition of them all. The bottom definition here of an agent, and I want you guys to read this with me. The bottom definition here says that an agent is a person who obtains information. Listen here, Solo. A person who obtains information, Jay, for a government or other official body, typically in secret. Do you see that? I think that's the best definition to date, especially when it comes to the conversation that we have been having and we're going to continue to have. When we talk about the agents within the Black community, we are, or just in general, right? We are talking about a person who obtains information. Their sole agenda is to obtain information for a government or other official body, typically in secret. Okay, a trained intelligence agent. So this is the lane that we're going to be talking about today. And of course, if you guys don't know where I picked the picture from, I mean, you got to be real young if you don't know this movie. But then again, I'm probably an old ass man, so I don't even know if I'm old or young anymore. It is what it is. But this was a really good movie. First of all, it kind of started falling off after like the second and third one. But the original Men in Black movie was a great movie, and particularly Will Smith character right here. Who was he working for? Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear on this movie, Men in Black. Who was Will Smith working for? And this was a famous scene from the movie where they would pull out this little electronic device with some red light on it, and they would flash your memory, right? They would put on their sunglasses, and then they would flash your memory away. And if your eyes are open and you looked at the flash, your memory would be gone, and they could tell you a whole new story, and you're going to believe the new story, and you're going to completely forget what you just saw because you were blinded by the flash. So that if you haven't seen this movie, you should see it, because I'm pretty sure they got some secret stuff in there that we never really thought about. But yes, shout out to Gail as well. This is Men in Black. Really good movie, and I decided to use this picture for this because I think it's a perfect example. And before we even get into the conversation, we need to remember that an agent can be any color. Can somebody put that in the chat? An agent can be any race. Notice the definition never said it was a black person, a white person, or this person, or that person. It just said a person or a group of people. So the reason why I wanted to hone in on this picture when we're talking about agents is to show that an agent can be a man, a woman, black or white. And obviously, if you're a black person in America in 2024, you're going to be, let's just say, suspicious, to say the least, of most white people, right? I mean, you don't even have to be racist to just be suspicious and aware of how you've been historically treated by the overwhelming majority of white America. So to say somebody's a white agent, it's almost like you're the stupid ass for believing that this white person was really here to help you. Now, of course, there might be really white people that want to help you, but for you to go out and just willy-nilly believe that these white people want to help you or have something in common with you, and you don't think that they're an agent off the top, that's your fault. I'm just going to be honest. But the deeper conversation is when we're talking about black agents, especially since we always want to talk about who's invited to the cookout and who's not invited to the cookout, and right? But when it comes to black people, right? What is black? The first question is, what is black? The second question is, do black people need an invite to the cookout? Let me ask you guys in the chat. Do black people need an invite, or do we just show up and we just take a seat and make a plate? Can we just show our skin color? What is the ticket? How about that? If some people are not invited to the cookout, other people are invited to the cookout, can somebody tell me what is the qualifications to get in? Because it sounds like an exclusive party to me. So any party I know of, you got to have a ticket, you got to know somebody, you got to have a face card, or maybe for the cookout, you got to be just black, right? Maybe the brick woman from Somalia could come to the cookout because she's black, right? Maybe Terry Crews and Al Sharpton gonna pull up and get some hog maws because they're black, right? You see how it becomes very, very suspicious? I mean, let's just be honest. No other community really has to worry about agents within their community like that. I mean, sure, there might be Asian agents. Sure, there might be some Asian person or group of Asian people who are infiltrating their own Asian communities to gain information to give back to the government. Sure, I guess. Sure, there might be some, Somalian people who are gaining information on other Somalians in order to give it to the government. Sure, I guess. But I would venture to say that if there was those instances, the percentage would be nowhere near the percentage it is for black, quote unquote, black Americans who have agents within our ranks who are there simply to gain information in order to give back to the government. Now, that opens up a whole book of worms, because then first of all you have to ask yourself, why are so-called black people in America the only people that have agents like this and have them so rampantly within our community? What does that really say about our community? Furthermore, what is the agenda? I mean, every agent has to have an agenda. Bryce, can you please put that in the chat for me? Every agent must, by definition, have an agenda. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to be an agent. That defeats the purpose. That they're not an agent. Do you understand that they cannot be defined as an agent if they do not have an agenda to fulfill? Are we understanding this? Now, we can go into the counterintelligence program that I've taught about before. We can go into a whole lot of stuff, but I want to give you some modern day examples so that we can see, because a lot of times when I start talking about the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy, a lot of people like to say I'm just bringing up irrelevant information and stop talking about the past, and that stuff doesn't matter, and yada 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 yada. So this is why I like to stay in touch with the news and the current events, because there's going to be some people that are turned off when all you do is talk about 1965 or back in 1942. Sometimes in order to make the information relevant and hit hard, you have to be able to speak about current things that are currently happening. So that's what we're going to try to do tonight. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, every agent must have an agenda. This is what you need to know when you're going around calling someone an agent. Hell, no problem. You can even wonder if J-Lethal is an agent. Hold on. Somebody said the audio is a little low. Is the audio low, guys? If it's low, let me know. Hold on. Let me see. Audio. All right. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Is my audio? They said the chat is messing up. Is my audio low? Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Here we go, guys. Here we go with the bullshit. It says my internet looks like it's good. Jay says no. He says I'm good. Hold on. My internet looks like it's oh good. No, hold on. Jay says no. Hold on. Something's messing up. Something's messing up. Hold on. Something is definitely messing up. Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Hold on. Something's definitely messing up. Hold on. Audio. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Is it better like that? Hold on. Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? Sorry, guys. Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check. Hold on. Double check. No, it still doesn't sound good. Still doesn't sound good. Mic check, mic check. Hold on. Hold on. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check, mic check. Is that good? Is that better? Hello, hello, hello. Are we still good? Are we still bad? Are we still good? Are we still bad? Mic check, mic check. Hello. I think that's a little better. I think that's better. Mami Dika, what do you mean I'm notarized? What does that mean? What does notarized mean? Okay, so does my mic sound better? I just need to make sure before I give this whole class and the whole class sounds like shit. Okay, yeah, that sounds better. I think that sounds better. All right. Oh, notified. I'm finally notified. Oh, YouTube notified you that I was live. Do you guys be getting notifications that I'm live, or do you just like happen to be scrolling down your timeline and you see I'm live, or do you come to my channel particularly to check if I'm live? Just so I'm clear. Does YouTube like send you an alert, or does it show you on your timeline when you're scrolling, or do you personally type in my channel and come to my channel and see if I'm live? Anyway, as long as you guys are making, as long as I don't sound staticky, we can continue. Anyway, like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, an agent, Mami Rica, is somebody who works on behalf of. Oh yeah, Solo. Make sure you're at live chat instead of top chat. I don't know why they have those top chat. What is top chat supposed to be? Anyway, let's get it. Let's get into this, guys, because it's already getting late, and I wanna have a good class. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the main topics of the evening tonight. I have a few videos, and again, I didn't spend too much time putting these together because this is an on the run class, but I wanted to show you guys some stuff that has been on my mind recently. A lot's been going on. Let me see if I can pull up some video real quick so you guys could see. Okay, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I think this will be the first example of an agent when I talk about an agent. Now, is Plies an agent right now? Probably, possibly in many regards, but that's not what I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about is Plies an agent right now, because we can have that conversation. I think he was pushing the vaccine at one point in time. He told us nothing's wrong with Johnson & Johnson. Do you remember that video? Somebody go ahead and find that video and maybe we'll talk about it. When Plies said, yeah, you know, when don't we trust Johnson & Johnson? Remember? Maybe somebody remembers that, because I think I might have showed it on my channel when the vaccine stuff was really ramping up and they started coming out with. Now remember, they already came out with a video telling you on the news, telling you, hey, stop taking the Pfizer, stop taking the Moderna. There might be something wrong. There might be blood clots. There might be, somebody put that in the chat, blood clot. The Jamaicans tried to tell you a long time ago about this vaccine, ladies and gentlemen. The Jamaicans told you blood clot. But now that's what the news is saying, right? But if you remember, Plies, he came out when the vaccine was just coming out, and he said, what did Plies say? He said something to the effect of, now mind you, first of all, I want you guys to know that if you've ever heard this man talk, he has a fake voice. I'm going to say it again, and I don't have time to pull up all the receipts because I have a whole lot to talk about. Maybe I'll pull out the receipts on Plies another day. Plies is literally an intelligent black man that went to school for nursing. Can somebody put that in chat? This man went to school for nursing. He's an intelligent black man, but the way he got into the door is with gold teeth in his mouth, a ski mask on his face, and telling everybody he's a fucking goon.
What?
You heard me right. Matter of fact, let me pull up the picture just so we're clear on what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Ah, here it is. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find the best picture. The best picture of it. Here it is. All right, let me pull this up for you right here, ladies and gentlemen. Share screen. Share. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This is Plies when he first came out, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see this right here? Do you see this? Look at his chain. What does his chain say? Goon. He's the one who introduced, remember, okay, you're a goon, but what's a goon to a goblin? Remember Lil Wayne said that? Nothing, nothing, you ain't scaring nothing. On some banging bullshit. Call him Dennis Rodman. Call me what you want, bitch. Call me what you like, bitch. Don't ever call me on my sidekick. Damn, I hate a shy chick. Don't you hate a shy chick? Because Plies is the one who came out calling himself a goon. This is how he got his money in the black community, from the black community. Mind you, when he came out with this music, he does not talk like this. Hold on, guys. Let me just show you guys what I'm talking about real quick, because this is gonna be ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Hold on. Plies talking. Look at this. Hold on. Let me see this. Plies talking vaccine. Let me see what he says about the vaccine. Hold on. Damn it, I'm gonna have to find the videos because I don't have the time to search for it. But if you go look up, hold on.
Okay, guys, so get this. Plies has condemned CEO.
I want to show you the video of Plies talking about the vaccine, because first of all, his whole entire voice is fake. This is an agent, ladies and gentlemen, an agent of white supremacy. Why? First of all, let me tell you why I'm upset at this man. Let me tell you first of all what the problem is. So Plies recently came out and he says that most smart black kids are ashamed of being smart nowadays. By the way, thank you guys for telling me my audio was messed up, because I would have been very upset if I would have played it back and heard that shit throughout the whole stream. Plies says, and we're going to read this together. He says, most black smart kids, especially young black American males, are ashamed, ladies and gentlemen, to be smart nowadays. The knuckleheads have convinced and fooled them that anything that looks or appears smart is officially lame. The ones that can block out the noise will be the ones that succeed.
Wait. Bitch, you better be joking.
Somebody got to tell Plies, you got to be joking, bro. You literally got to be joking me. Hold on.
Okay, guys.
Hold on. Let me find that picture again. Let me find the picture of Plies again. This is how he got famous, ladies and gentlemen. Plies got famous by being a goon. Look right here, goon. How many black men have died listening to Plies music? Raise your hand if you think at least one black man has died or went to jail while listening to Plies in the car. Raise your hand if you think that and again, it's not Plies' fault that another black man decided to, you know, be emboldened to do some reckless shit while listening to his music? Or is it? I mean, he doesn't have mind control over these people, or does he? Because remember, if there's anybody more impressionable than black people, I mean, you got to show it to me. So he walked around with this chain on, with a ski mask and all this other shit, talking about hurting black men, selling drugs, running off on the plug twice. Somebody put that in the chat. Ran off on the plug twice. Do you remember that? Hold on. Hold on. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear. He's the one who taught black men that it's okay to run off on your plug. Hold on. And we got a lot to talk about. I wasn't even gonna do a stream today, but I had too much to talk about. I didn't want to wait till next week. Listen to this. Listen.
I don't know what I wanna call it, big hard to bit on, ain't it bit on Rick Hard.
Now, first of all, you hear how he's talking. I don't even know what I want to call that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Call this bitch the Ritz Carlton. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to call it. He doesn't talk like that, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody put that in the chat. Plies is using a fake step and fetch it voice. Remember we showed you the Sauce Walker video? Mami Rica, go back and watch the last stream we did. I brought out the rapper named Sauce Walker from out here in Houston. He puts on this fucking stupid ass nigger voice and buck dances. This is what this is. Plies does not speak like this. Oh yeah, Mami Rica. Jamie Foxx said the same thing years ago because Plies got into it with some street dudes on a music video set or something with Jamie Foxx. And Jamie Foxx said Plies ran the fuck away, but he's supposed to be a goon. Hold on. Just listen to this shit. He told black men to run off on the man who gave them drugs or gave them, information or gave them something good for a good price. Run off on that man. Don't pay that man.
I don't know what I wanna call it, big hard to bit on, ain't it bit on Rick Harton, bit, ain't it bit Rick Harton, bit right now in the Rick Harton, I know. Fuck a shooter, I'm my own shooter. All this ice, I'm my own jeweler. 6 loggers and they all jewel. I'm the star, bitch, it's my move.
Ooh, Bryce, did you hear what he said? He said 6 lawyers and they're all Jewish.
You see something? Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? I see what I'm saying. I thought that's so you're saying that you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you?
He says 6 lawyers, 6. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lawyers, and they're all Jewish. Maybe he is like Sauce Walker.
Ain't it bit on Rick Harton, bit? Ain't it bit Rick Harton, bit right now in the Rick Harton, I know. Fuck a shooter, I'm my own shooter. All this ice, I'm my own jeweler. 6 loggers and they all jewel. I'm the star, bitch, it's my move. Pinky ring, 250 on it. Guess it's safe to say, nigga, I spent your budget on it. Ran off on the floor twice. He steady calling, I ain't calling back.
Shame. 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 Shame.
You're a stupid dumbass. Dumbass.
Ain't it been on Rick Harton, bitch? Ain't it been Rick Harton, bitch, right now in the Rick Harton, I know. Fuck a shooter, I'm my own shooter. All this ice, I'm my own jeweler. 6 lawyers and they all jeweler. I'm the star, bitch, it's my move. Pinky ring on jeweler. 6 lawyers and they all. 6 lawyers and they all.
Six lawyers and they're all Jewish, ladies and gentlemen. 6 lawyers and they're all Jewish. Look at the hand.
What?
Fuck a shooter, I'm my own shooter. All this ice, I'm my own jeweler. 6 lawyers and they all jeweler. I'm the star, bitch, it's my move. Pinky ring, 250 on it. Guess it's safe to say, nigga, I spent your budget on it. Ran off on the plug twice. He steady calling, I ain't calling back.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, think about how deep that is. Think about how deep that is, what he's telling you. Leonard, listen to what he's telling you. Ravine, listen to what he's telling you. He said, I got 6 lawyers and they're all Jewish. First of all, I'm surprised he didn't have to apologize for anti-Semitic remarks. Oh yeah, you know, even if you mention Jewish people, whether it's good, bad, you say they're rich, you say they're beautiful, it doesn't matter. It's anti-Semitic. Don't you ever group them into the same boat. Don't you say Jewish nothing. That's why LeBron James had to apologize for saying he's getting Jewish money, everything is kosher. That's why all the rappers that ever mention Jewish people, they have to apologize or it gets bleeped out of the song. Going back to Michael Jackson, going back to All About the Benjamins. Remember All About on the song, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Remember, old boy says, you should do like we do, stack chips like Hebrews. Don't let the melody intrigue you. You remember that? Bryce, that was a hard ass song. It's all about the Benjamins. What y'all want to do? Y'all want to be ballers, shot callers, ballers. But anyway, so when you mention, he said he got 6 lawyers and they all Jewish. I'm surprised they didn't tell him to apologize, because don't you dare say that we're all lawyers, and don't you say that we're running the judicial system, and don't you dare. But I want you to listen to how he says he's running off on the plug. And you better believe this is about black men. And look at the little stupid dance he does. Somebody put that in the chat. Look at his little stupid dancey dance. He created an entire dance. If anybody remembers this song, you remember how big this song was. They created an entire dance based around that part. I ran off on the plug twice. That's the name of the song. Look at the name of the song right here. Plies. Ran off on the plug twice. And that's a goddamn lie. You should have known he wasn't from the streets. Because that's the one thing I'm asking. What plug lets you run off on him twice? If you run off on a plug one time, that's a goddamn problem. You talk about you ran off on a plug twice. Nigga, bye.
I'm the star, bitch, it's my move. Pinky ring, 250 on it. Guess it's safe to say, nigga, I spent your budget on it. Ran off on the plug twice. He steady calling, I ain't calling back. He said he dissed me on his last album. Guess nobody heard, cause nobody bought his last album. I got a Delta go to house.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is how, hold on. This is how the red man has successfully, look, This is how the red man successfully made us feel like we are not in slavery anymore. Look at the money on the ground. Look. He got the money on the ground. Because remember, I was telling Bryce the other day, the only thing that matters in the black community, Bryce, can you remind us? Can anybody remind us in the chat? What is God in the black community? What has unfortunately become God? And there's only really one answer. What has taken the place of God in the black community? And remember, we're not worried about any other communities. But yes, we're talking about our community. Exactly. The bag. The bag. Thank you, Jay. I told you you're a star student, brother. The bag is what's God in the community. Leonard, the bag is what's God in the black community, guys. That's why Plies can get up here doing this stupid shit, talking this stupid shit. Now, mind you, there's a whole lot of other videos we could talk about Plies, but we're not here to talk about Plies. But Plies is just one of the agents. Can somebody put that in the chat? Plies just happens to be, and we're not even talking about how he was pushing the vaccine. We're not even talking about how he was pushing for Joe Biden. Raise your hand if Plies was, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Plies doing some buck dancing for the Democrats? Wasn't he on some Young Jeezy shit? You remember Young Jeezy tried to get, all of a sudden, Young Jeezy's wearing a blazer with shoulder pads and shit like that, and I'm supposed to be taking Young Jeezy serious. Are you fucking kidding me? Young Jeezy. I'm supposed to be, oh, he changed his name to Jeezy. Look, Young Jeezy wishes he can put this Men in Black shit in my face and make me forget that he was an agent of the black community. Young Jeezy wishes he had this Men in Black device right here and he can just tell me a story that he's some successful black man and I should vote for Joe Biden and get the vaccine. Young Jeezy, I'm always going to remember you were that fat, bald guy rapping from Atlanta. And don't get me wrong, because that first album, Thug Motivation 101, talk to me in the chat. You remember Thug Motivation? Or, yeah, it was Thug Motivation, right? The 101, his first album, that shit was hard. Matter of fact, I gotta find that one song. He had this one song with Shorty Red. Shorty Red produced the song. What was that one song with Young Jeezy and Shorty Red? That shit was so fucking hard. Me and my homeboy, shout out to HK3, HBMG, we used to ride around. We were in high school, 12th grade. He took his mom's Lexus and we were riding around listening to that Young Jeezy and running red lights. We were going like 100 miles an hour and he got pulled over. We got pulled over and he ended up getting locked up and they towed the car and I had to walk home. Shout out to HK3 if you hear this, bro. You remember we were seniors and we were listening to that Young Jeezy? That shit was hard, nigga. So I'm never gonna front on Young Jeezy's rap talent, but Young Jeezy is a goddamn agent. The same with, what's this dude's name? Plies. Let's see this guy Plies right here. What did Plies have to say? Plies says, let me read Plies. Plies says, most black smart kids, especially young black males, are ashamed to be smart nowadays. The knuckleheads. The knuckleheads? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Plies, we're gonna need you to come out and make a formal apology to the black community for what you have done with your goon music when you weren't even a fucking goon and you were wearing scrubs in the nurse's office. Matter of fact, let me show you that video. Fuck that. Somebody put that in the chat. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not even supposed to spend this much time talking about Plies, guys. I have so many fucking other videos, but this, I don't even, that's the thing. Until I start talking to you guys, I don't even realize how frustrated I am about this shit, but fuck that.
Fuck that! I don't need that shit in my life. You die, motherfucker!
Oh my God!
What do you think I am, huh? What do you think I am, a fucking worm like you? I told you, man. I told you, don't fuck with me. I told you, no fucking kids. No, but you wouldn't listen. Right, you stupid fuck. Look at you now.
Go right here. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Over there. Okay, dope. We got this project called The Hottest MCs in the Game that we're working on. And, traditionally when people think about who's a hot MC, they think about lyrics. Right. Like when we did our Greatest of All Time, it was people like Rakim and KRS-One or whatever. But like now, when you think about an MC, sometimes their lyrical ability may not be the first thing that comes to mind. It may be things like their songwriting or their swagger or, their business skills or whatever. So like to you, being somebody who's like an upstart who's coming with your first album and everything, to you, like what's a component other than lyricism that you think who would make somebody a hot MC today?
For me, it's all about issues in which you're addressing. For me, a lot of times I think from an artist's perspective, you can get caught up in making the consumer go pay to support your situation and buy your album. And a lot of times cats bore you, in my opinion, with telling you how good they're living and how good they're doing. For me, the thing that really sticks out to me and kind of what I look for when I once was a consumer and still currently is a consumer, I try to look for, after I get done with your album, I need to be able to walk away with something. And for me, man, talking about issues that are prevalent to myself as well as to the masses, I embrace those situations. It ain't too much hip-hop that you can buy now. They got a meaning behind it. So anytime, man, I can get an album that I can put in my deck and it's teaching me something or sharing their opinion about particular issues, I take my hat off to it.
And then also...
Now, mind you, this is Plies. Where's all that yawn, saying, and let me show you his coonery. Because I don't even know if you guys know who this dude is. Some of you might not know who this dude is. This dude is literally on some coon shit. Hold on.
All women want you to do is compliment her, man. That's all you gotta do. You can be lying and all to the motherfucker. You see in the kitchen, she cooking, the only thing you gotta tell her, God damn, girl, you threw down on this steak. She let you take in the room, fuck her for 40 minutes. That same motherfucker, you tell, damn, this steak dry. First thing she gonna tell you, bitch, you cooking. I want you to connect with your inner ratchetness today. Throw that pussy like you mad, like they just shorted your check at work today. And I want you to give me that look that you give your beautician when she just fuck your head up. And after you nut, I want you to walk to that bathroom like you finna get a BET award. Sweet pussy sad. And I love getting that pussy when you just stop by for a minute and your homegirl in the living room waiting on you and I'm by.
I forgot when he was doing these. I forgot he used to do the sweet pussy Saturdays. And some of it be funny. I'm not gonna lie. Some of it do be funny. But but that's the thing. It's like, bro, I don't like people who come with this character, because if that's not truly you, you're pushing a goddamn stereotype. That's what you need to understand. It's the same thing like that big ass dancing gorilla ass nigga. It's like, sure, go ahead, dance and have fun. Sure, go ahead. Anybody can dance and have fun. But the way you dance and the fact that you're biting chicken and biting watermelon, this is a goddamn stereotype that you're falling into, and it's harming the entire community. Can you guys understand that? Now, I just want to remind you that he has many different ways. He has different characters. Just this is the same thing we see with these other these agents. They have these characters, guys. They have their real self, and then they have the character that they put on. But coincidentally, the character always is a buffoon-ass Negro. Have you noticed it's never a stupid man? You never got a stupid nigga in real life, but he pretends to be J. Cole. No, J. Cole is smart in real life and he's smart on the record, but he's far and few in between. Most of the time you have either stupid niggas or really smart niggas who are pretending to be stupid. Can y'all hear me? Now let's move forward. We're right at 1 hour. Thank you guys for joining me. Let me show you another. Can I show you guys another one? Hold on. Can I show you? Because remember, does anybody know the name of tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and sometimes like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a motherfucking further level of clarity and understanding moving forward? Does anybody know the name of tonight's class? Watch it later. Because this is important in many different ways. Jay, have you ever seen this person? Hold on.
Time to celebrate love.
Hold on. Has anybody ever seen this woman right here? Talk to me in the chat. Have anybody ever seen this woman?
Valentine's Day is a time to celebrate love, but for those who aren't in a relationship, who maybe are recovering from a bad one, maybe you just feel like you're not getting a lot out of your last relationship, and you have needs, you have wants. It can be really stressful.
Absolutely. Valentine's Day can be stressful for a lot of people, but our next guest is here to help us hit the reset button on love and has a perspective that might surprise you. Author, life coach, podcaster, and former U.S. Army officer Princella Clark, also known as Princella the Queen Maker, is joining us now with more on her philosophies about love. We're so glad you're here at the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to see you, and we.
Now, let me know, ladies and gentlemen, if you've seen this person before. From what I gather, this person is on social media, whether it be the YouTube, the this, the that. And, you know, I haven't done much research. I'm going to be honest, the few times that I've seen her, I wasn't really impressed from the things that I've heard from her. And I've heard other people speak on her unfavorably, but usually, you know, I don't let what somebody has to say about somebody sway my opinion. I like to see stuff myself and make a decision. That's what I like to show you guys. Even though I might make a compelling argument, I do not want you to listen to me just because you're listening to me. I want you to listen to what I have to say and consider it. So this person here, her name is Princella, quote unquote, the Queen Maker. Now, I'm going to try my best to be objective about this because, again, I don't want any beef with these people. But it seems to me that this woman would be a more digestible Cynthia G. Talk to me in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and say this before we even play this. This woman might possibly be a more digestible, and when I say digestible, I mean acceptable for mainstream appeal, Cynthia G. Because remember, if you know about the woman Cynthia G that we briefly talked about, she was pretty extreme. And yes, that's where they would love the conversation to go eventually, but she didn't know how to be subtle about her hatred for black men. But this woman here, we're going to see how she's doing the same serpent activity. This is going to blow your mind, ladies and gentlemen. The same serpent activity as all of them. And even furthermore, I want you guys to understand. Hold on, let me get Plies off the screen. Furthermore, I want you guys to understand that no man would ever be given this platform. This is on the news, ladies and gentlemen. Remember I told you this is the news that the news doesn't show? Well, this is the news that the news does show. Jay, can you put that in the chat? You heard about the news that the news doesn't show. That's J-Lethal. But this right here, this is the news that the news does show. Now let's roll it.
But for those who aren't in a relationship, who maybe are recovering from a bad one, maybe you just feel like you're not getting a lot out of your last relationship, and you have needs, you have wants. It can be really stressful.
Absolutely. Valentine's Day can be stressful for a lot of people, but our next guest is here to help us hit the reset button on love and has a perspective that might surprise you. Author, life coach, podcaster, and former U.S. Army officer Princella Clark, also known as Princella the Queen Maker, is joining us now with more on her philosophies about love. We're so glad you're here at the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to see you, and we met in December, and I was absolutely fascinated and said, hey, you've got to come on Houston Life. You are cranking out a podcast, I mean, 5 times a week, right? Monday, Wednesday, Friday on Apple, Spotify.
This woman is in Houston, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting. I did not know this woman was in Houston. Let's continue.
Amazon, YouTube, Fridays and Saturdays, and you're talking all about relationships.
Yes.
What does the Queen Maker actually mean? Where did that title come from?
Well, actually, I've been on social media platforms for quite a while. So when I was on TikTok doing what I was doing, there was a comment from a lady. She says, you're not just a queen yourself, you're a queen maker. And I was like, you know what? I should take that name because that perfectly describes who I am. You know, and so what I do is I shift the power dynamics in relationships for women, because a lot of times in relationships, women feel disempowered. They feel like they're drained and they're not getting back what they're putting in. But one thing they haven't learned, that it's called the dating game, and women are not playing this game, and they're actually getting played in it.
Okay, now first of all, guys, she's saying a lot of nothing right now. She's saying a lot of nothing. I'm gonna just be honest. Can y'all hear me? The woman's saying a whole That's funny. Good one. Good one, Bryce. Nice wig, lady. That's a really good one, bro. I don't know why that's so funny. Okay, now listen. First of all, she's saying a lot of nothing, but let's give her a chance. Let's give her a chance. She said she's shifting. Ravine, don't go in on her. She's trying to give advice to the ladies. She said, ladies, I'm trying to shift the power dynamic in your favor, because all the time women, they get drained and men get everything and women get nothing. Okay. So far, she hasn't brought out any data, right? She just started talking, but I want you guys to raise your hand when you hear any data. When I say data, I mean statistics, evidence, I mean proof, I mean scientific study, or like a survey even. Raise your hand when you hear any data, okay, Ravine?
I was like, you know what? I should take that name because that perfectly describes who I am. You know, and so what I do is I shift the power dynamics in relationships for women, because a lot of times in relationships, women feel disempowered. They feel like they're drained and they're not getting back what they're putting in. But one thing they haven't learned, that it's called the dating game. And women are not playing this game, and they're actually getting played in it. So I give women the power to level the playing field.
And how do you do that? Tell me exactly how.
You need a pen?
Look at the host right there. Look at the host's face. The host, the whole time her mouth was wide open. She couldn't believe she's finally hearing what everything she wanted to hear in her whole entire life. And if you watch the host, her mouth was just open. Like, oh my God. She wasn't saying anything, guys. Hold on, look at her mouth. Hold on. Hold on. She's just stuck like, but let's continue.
And women are not playing this game and they're actually getting played in it. So I give women the power to level the playing field.
And how do you do that? Tell me exactly how.
You see, how do you do that? Tell me exactly how. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have here. What we have here is more of the same old bullshit. Forgive my language. Everything that you want to hear, it tickles your fancy. You hear how, oh my God, oh, please tell me how. Oh, yeah, you have the secret. You must have the secret, lady. Bryce, this lady sitting here with her legs wide open, she's going to tell us, let's listen to what she has to say. Let's not even give her, let's not be rude, because I already saw the clip. So I think I'm giving her a hard time because I already saw the clip. I'm going to pretend like I never saw the clip. Ravine, have you heard any data yet? Raise your hand in the chat if you have not heard any data or anything so far.
You need a pen, Tessa? Here you go, take notes.
Thank you.
By changing the way they view relationships, it's all a mind thing.
Okay.
You know? So the way women believe about relationships is faulty.
Okay.
And I have a book called The 5 Components of Love that teaches women what love is actually structured and made up of. And I've come to the conclusion that men are not capable of love.
Wait. Bitch, you better be joking.
Relationships is faulty.
Okay.
And I have a book called The 5 Components.
Okay.
And so the way women believe about relationships is faulty.
Okay.
And I have a book called The 5 Components of Love that teaches women what love is actually structured and made up of. And I've come to the conclusion that men are not capable of love.
You're a stupid dumbass.
Ladies and gentlemen, she says, now mind you, raise your hand if you haven't heard any data. She says she wrote a whole book called The 5 Components of Love, which talks about all the whatever the hell she said. And then she said, so yeah, so anyway, because I wrote this book, I've come to the conclusion, with no data so far, I've come to the conclusion that men are not capable of love. So here's my thing. Everybody has a right to have their own talking points and stuff like that, right? Especially on social media, content creators, whatever the case. The problem I have is, where's your data at all? Where's your data, guys? And here's something deeper. I'm going to ask you guys in the chat, Mami Rica, what man, even Steve Harvey, I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm going to continue to bring this out. You guys know where I'm going with this. You already know where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen. I was thinking about this the other day. Kevin Samuels, he was assassinated. And the only way that you'll believe that is if the white man told you on the news. That's the only way you guys would be on social media like, oh, did you hear Kevin Samuels was assassinated? You motherfuckers gonna say that shit in 5-10 years when it finally comes out. But I was thinking about Kevin Samuels. I said he was like the anti-Steve Harvey. You know how Steve Harvey caters to the women? Kevin Samuels was literally the anti that. And even though I liked Kevin, I think it was just sad that we don't have the anti that anymore. We need both sides of the argument. We don't only need Steve Harvey type niggas. But I was thinking about this the other day. Even Steve Harvey couldn't come on national television and say that women are not capable of love, period. Do you see how the severity of that statement? Do you see the severity of how she didn't say some or many, or in this case, she said, I've come to the conclusion that men, period, of how they act, believe, think, they are not capable of love. And that's where she put the period. She's not defining love differently. Love is the traditional sense of what we all know love to be. So I want to know what man can get on the national news and say this statement, and both the man and the woman are sitting there agreeing with her and not being uncomfortable. Now, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, this is suspicious. How come she's making these wild statements about men, disrespectful statements about all men, and these news reporters aren't uncomfortable like they were uncomfortable when Kevin Samuels was sitting talking to them?
That's suspicious. That's weird. And you want to know what else is funny?
Isn't it funny how these news reporters are all up in her ass? And she's actually making more crazy statements than Kevin Samuels right now. She just said men are not capable of love. Let's listen to some more. Let's see if she has any data whatsoever.
Relationships.
Yeah.
What does the queen maker actually mean? Where did that title come from?
Well, actually, I've been on social media platforms for quite a while. So when I was on TikTok doing what I was doing, there was a comment from a lady. She says, you're not just a queen yourself, you're a queen maker. And I was like, you know what? I should take that name because that perfectly describes who I am. You know, and so what I do is I shift the power dynamics in relationships for women, because a lot of times in relationships, women feel disempowered. They feel like they're drained and they're not getting back what they're putting in. But one thing they haven't learned, that it's called the dating game. And women are not playing this game, and they're actually getting played in it. So I give women the power to level the playing field.
And how do you do that? Tell me exactly how.
You need a pen, Tessa? Here you go, take notes.
Thank you.
By changing the way they view relationships. It's all a mind thing.
Okay.
You know? So the way women believe about relationships is faulty.
Okay.
And I have a book called The 5 Components of Love that teaches women what love is actually structured and made up of. And I've come to the conclusion that men are not capable of love.
Wow.
And so this is a powerful thing, because if women knew that men weren't capable, women would change how they deal with men. They would not give up so much of their value seeking to get something in return from them that they're not capable of giving. Because what women have yet to figure out is that the greatest love comes from within, not from without. So if you're not getting it from yourself, and then you're trying to get it from somebody who's not even capable or wired to function that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 minutes and 45 seconds. What has she said? Can y'all hear me in the chat? It's been 2 minutes and 45 seconds. What has she said? She wrote a whole book. What has she said with her airtime? What can we get from what she just said? What can we learn? Oh, she's not even talking to black men. You hear this? Can y'all? Oh shit. Can y'all hear me? Oh, y'all said nothing. Oh, y'all are answering my question. Hold on. Are y'all answering my question, right? I'm just making sure y'all can hear me. She gets, oh wow, I can't even, what the fuck? Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can hear me, man. Do y'all hear me? Oh, okay, y'all hear me. Okay, cool. So what is this woman even talking about? She's shifting the power dynamics. Okay, let's listen to some more.
You're on the losing end.
Wow, and Princella, I mean,
Wow.
just that statement alone, I'm sure made people's ears.
Oh, people,
like, wait a minute.
were doing something and they popped up at the TV.
It's
You're
a
listening
bold
now.
assertion to
Yeah,
say that
very.
men are not capable of loving in the same way as women.
Let me ask you guys, what these same two people right here, I'm gonna ask you guys in the chat, these same two news reporters, what would their reactions, their body language, and the language coming from their mouth, what would it be like if that was Kevin Samuels sitting on that couch? Remember, Kevin Samuels did not have gold teeth and a gun hanging out his motherfucking sagging pants. Kevin Samuels would have been sitting there with his legs crossed with a motherfucking three-piece suit on like Mr. Belvedere. Tell me what these people would be saying and what their body language, most importantly, would be doing if Kevin Samuels was saying what he had to say with data, with actual data. This woman's been speaking for 3 minutes. She has zero data. Talking about what men are not capable of doing and men don't have this in their nature. Look at this woman, Samuel, sitting there with her legs wide open like she's got a swinging dick. It wouldn't surprise me if she had one of those fucking Young M.A. strap-ons. Talk to me in the chat. You know Young M.A., the rapper Young M.A.? Yeah, the same one that you told black men we're misogynistic when we rap about bitches and hoes. But the dyke rapper Young M.A., she called you head for knee and you give me head. And this woman was literally rapping about getting her strap on deep-throated. Think about how backwards and foolish that is. You're bragging to a man that, oh, your bitch sucked my strap on. What? The foolishness, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what would these people be doing if Kevin Samuels was sitting on that motherfucking chair?
Were doing something and they popped up at the TV.
It's
You're
a
listening
bold
now.
assertion to
Yeah,
say that
very.
men are not capable of loving in the same way as women, right? So break this down for us. I mean, essentially, are we setting expectations that are unrealistic
Good question.
in the dating moment? I mean, because acts of love, are all men just sort of pretending in the beginning to hook women? And then once they've got them, it's like, okay that was all an act.
Well, think about this. One of the biggest dating sites is called Plenty of Fish. And what do? You put bait on a hook to catch a fish.
Right.
And once you catch the fish, what happens to the fish? The fish suffocates, the fish is struggling, and then you throw it in a cooler. And
Fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. If I knock the fuck out you. Damn, man. Pussy. Hey, tell your kid what the fuck.
Shut up, bitch. Bitch, you call a bitch. Kick that bitch ass. Why do you like that?
this dating sites is called Plenty of Fish. And what do? You put bait on a hook to catch a fish.
Right.
And once you catch the fish, what happens to the fish? The fish suffocates, the fish is struggling, and then you throw it in a cooler and put it in the corner. What happens with women? They get caught.
Right.
It seems good for a second after they get that first bite.
Right.
They
Ladies and gentlemen, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bryce, right? Bryce, you're always on the same page. She really thought she ate something with that. She really thought she's like, she thinks she's really killing this. Oh, did you hear this? She sounds like a fucking hotep What is going on, ladies and gentlemen?
Sensational.
This is stud daddy babble. Somebody put that in the chat. This is literally strap daddy babble. She's got a whole 12-inch strap on right now. That's why she's sitting there with her legs wide open, talking about male nature. Ma'am, your vagina is supposed to be closed off by nature. You're supposed to be guarding and protect your vagina. You sitting there with the rings on and looking like somebody's uncle or baseball coach daddy. You looking like somebody's stepdaddy, ma'am. And you sound hurt. Somebody put that in the chat. Who hurt you? And the reason why I'm saying this is because, hell, I might talk my shit about black women, but when I get up there, if I do get up there, I'm going to say, hey, the reason why I'm talking about this, we need to talk about the family courts. In a place like Texas, 92% of the custodial parents are mothers. We need to talk about why that is. In a place like Tennessee, the father only gets about 85 days out of the 365-day year with their kid when they are going through a custody dispute as a non-custodial parent. That's called a parent with visitation, and we only get to see our children maybe once every other weekend. And we need to speak about the slanted family courts, because how can we say this is fair? I mean, why does the father not get the rights? So even if I'm talking about father's rights, I'm going to have data. You know, hey, did you know that about 85% of juveniles sitting in a penitentiary or sitting in a juvenile facility are from fatherless homes? Did you know that about 65% to 75% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes, as well as homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes? Did you know that? This is data. This woman is just talking about plenty of fish and you know, women, they're just like the fish. When you reel the fish in, somebody put that in the chat. 1 fish, 2 fish, bitch, red fish, blue fish.
Sensational.
Sort of pretending in the beginning to hook women. Well, I mean,
Wow.
just that statement alone, I'm sure made people's ears.
Oh,
perk up.
people
Like, wait a minute.
were doing something and they popped up at the TV.
It's
You're
a
listening
bold
now.
assertion to
Yeah,
say that
very.
men are not capable of loving in the same way as women, right? So break this down for us. I mean, essentially, are we setting expectations that are unrealistic
Good question.
in the dating moment? I mean, because acts of love, are all men just sort of pretending in the beginning to hook women? And then once they've got them, it's like, okay, that was all an act.
Well, think about this. One of the biggest dating sites is called Plenty of Fish. And what do? You put bait on a hook to catch a fish. Right. And once you catch the fish, what happens to the fish? The fish suffocates. The fish is struggling, and then you throw it in a cooler and put it in the corner. What happens with women? They get caught.
Right.
It seems good for a second after they get that first bite.
Right.
They get put into a different environment that they're not really used to, and then they get put on ice, wondering why the man isn't doing what he did in the beginning.
Wow. I mean, can relate. I mean, if I'm being...
Do you hear how she's trying to sound articulate? Raise your hand if you see that this is an agent of white supremacy, ladies and gentlemen. Now remember, the name of tonight's online pro bono learning course, in which like-minded, some not so like-minded individuals gather, is Agents. Now, why are we talking about this? Well, simple. Because in the black community, we need to decide who's invited to the cookout. How about that? We're so busy. Think about how backwards we are. We're still inviting white people to the cookout. And shout out to all my white people that love my channel. But you know good and goddamn well we can't have no cookout with you there yet. If you really love black people, you're gonna let us have at least one cookout to ourselves to figure some shit out amongst ourselves. Don't try to insert yourself into our cookout. So since we're talking about just the black cookout, let's talk about that. Let's talk about this woman. Oh, I wonder what she would say about Sexy Red. You seen Sexy Red has a new video out, right? Bryce, Sexy Red has a new video.
Oh, you need right there. That tell me that wasn't no bar. That wasn't no bar. Nigga, listen.
Fuck my baby dad. Fuck my baby dad. Fuck my baby dad. I'm a fine ass bitch. I ain't in the house fast. Fuck my baby dad. Bow, 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 bow. That's that booty me. Hey, 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 hey. Look at them booty cheeks. Bow, 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 bow. That's that booty me. Hey, 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 hey. Look at them booty cheeks. All that ass on her. Damn, this bitch bad. Switch my hips when I walk. Yeah, I know you like that. My nigga fucked up. Fuck my baby dad. I'm getting outside. I ain't in the house fast. We finna go out. Yeah, where the niggas at? It's looking like a drought. My mama got the kids. I'm getting out this house. All in the club, bouncing ass, showing out. With dip gloss popping, bitch, I'm show stopping. Looking like a snack, baby daddy cock blocking. Toss her to the max. I'm the trending topic. My nigga acting up, so you know I'm finna pop it. Bow, 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 bow. That's that booty me. Hey, 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 hey. Look at them booty cheeks. Bow, 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 bow. That's that booty me. Hey, 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 hey. Look at them booty cheeks. Bow, 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 bow. That's that booty me. Hey, 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 hey. Look at them booty cheeks. Bow, 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 bow. That's that booty me. Hey, 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 hey. Look at them booty cheeks.
Talk to me in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. So I wonder what Princella, the queen maker, thinks of this. Is this queen behavior? Let's hear some more. This woman's talking, she's trying to articulate her words. And you know, when you catch a fish with the hook, then you use the fishing rod and you pull the fish in, then you gut the fish, you skin the fish, you fry the fish, you put pico de gallo on the fish, you serve the fish, and then you eat the fish, then you digest the fish. Ma'am, where's your fucking data? Maybe, talk to me in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe she's hiding all the data under her hair hat.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
This is an agent, ladies and gentlemen. This is who they're going to allow on TV. Notice Kevin Samuels never got on the news. Kevin Samuels was bigger than all of these people, way bigger. But why did the news act like he didn't even exist? Why did TMZ act like he never existed until they reported that he died? Did you notice that? Raise your hand if you notice these news reporters and TMZ and the like never acknowledged Kevin Samuels' existence until they were the first ones to report that he died. Is that not suspicious?
Put into a different environment that they're not really used to, and then they get put on ice, wondering why the man isn't doing what he did in the beginning.
Wow. I mean, can relate. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I feel like if you're a woman out there actively on the dating scene, that, I mean, you're not telling a lie. Right. You know what I mean? So why do you think that it's this, when did you realize that, okay, this is like the common thread for the dating world right now? How did you stumble upon this? Or
well, experience is the greatest teacher in life.
True.
Right? And so with 25 years worth of experience, because I grew up tomboy, I've been married, I've had relationships, and I've worked in male-dominated industries. And as a tomboy, men are more open with you than they are with women who they like to date.
Interesting, yeah.
True.
You know, so I know more about the psychology of men, not only from experience, but having a background in cell and molecular biology and naturally gifted in social, understanding human behavior and psychology. I've just tied all of that information together to crank out something that women could really be able to understand from a scientific point of view.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Babel. Ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard right now was pure, unadulterated, unfounded, undocumented, illegal babble. I studied cell biology, and I put that together with my personal experience as a tomboy. Did you hear that, Philip? She said, well, I used to have a husband, and I was in the military, and I was a tomboy, and I used to play football with the guys, and I heard their locker room talk. So I mixed that with my degree in cellular biology, and I put that all together in a big gumbo, and now I'm teaching these bitches this shit. She said, I just put it all, I studied molecular biology. This is the type of shit that they say in the mirror over and over until they remember it, so that when it's time to impress people at the lunch table or whatever at the boardroom, you could seem like you're not just a fucking babbler. But anybody with any kind of halfway sense could see you're babbling underneath that hair hat, ma'am. That was pure babble.
Men are more open with you than they are with women who they like to date.
Interesting, yeah.
True.
So I know more about the psychology of men, not only from experience, but having a background in cell and molecular biology and naturally gifted in social, understanding human behavior and psychology. I've just tied all of that information together to crank out something that women could really be able to understand from a scientific point of view.
Wow. You've lived a lot of life too.
Yes.
I mean, you don't just preach this, you practice this. We mentioned that you were an officer in the Army. I think we have some photos from your time in that service. I mean, back then when you were serving our country, thank you for that, by the way. Did you ever imagine that your career would take the turn it has?
No, I didn't. I never felt comfortable or fulfilled in any of the jobs that I ever had. But where I am now, I'm really thankful that I've had all of those experiences, because every single experience that I have ever.
No, Bryce. Guys, go ahead and please press the thumbs up button. Please try to get me to 20 likes. And please join my Patreon for $3 a month if you would like. Bryce, the news reporters don't seem skeptical. That's not the look that you're seeing, Bryce. The news reporters, first of all, the news reporters know she's full of shit, okay, at the end of the day. That's why the woman, she wants to know more, because she wants to believe the bullshit. And the man, he's probably gay, or he's just pretending to be a fucking corporate American man. He doesn't want to rock the boat. He has to fall in line with feminism. They both know that this is bullshit, first of all. The look that you're seeing is, oh, damn, this bitch is really a bulldog, like, for white supremacy. In other words, the look that you're seeing is more so, wow, this woman is really like doing this. Because in other words, they know that this rhetoric is going to affect who, ladies and gentlemen? Is it going to affect Asian men? Is it going to affect black women's relationship with white men? Is it going to affect black women's relationship with, no, because we've talked about how women, particularly, not all, but a lot of black women will accept more if it comes from a white man. So she can't be talking about the relationship. My bad. My bad, y'all. Can y'all hear me? I didn't mean to do that. Let me see. Audio. Okay. Let me bring this thing back up. So what you're seeing right now is the newscasters, they know that she's doing this against black men. Do you understand that, Bryce? She's telling black women to feel this way about black men. But we have more to talk about, so let's finish this up.
Ever had in life has aided in what I'm able to do now. I draw from every last one of those experiences. So
listen to it. 5 minutes and a half. Guys, 5.5 minutes. Raise your hand if you have not heard any data from this woman in 5.5 minutes. She's talking about, I draw from all the inspiration. What man could get up on the news and say women are not capable of anything, period? Whether it's cooking, being funny, dunking a basketball, changing a tire, lifting 500 pounds. If we could come out and say women are not capable of this, and period, and 5.5 minutes, and we don't have any data to back that shit up, tell me what man could do that. Even Steve Harvey, even Barack Obama couldn't come out and say that without getting canceled.
being a leader, I was taught how to embody certain traits and characteristics of a leader, but I also learned that men say that they're leaders and want to be leaders, but they don't even understand the concept of leadership at all.
Wow.
Right?
Here's another one. She didn't say most. She didn't say some. She didn't say sometimes. She didn't say in certain cases. She said men want to be leaders, but men don't understand leadership at all. That's another sweeping generalization. Men don't understand leadership at all. Men aren't capable of love at all. And she says it so confidently because she has a degree. Jay, put it in the chat. She has an education. Spell it with 3 Ks. She got her education. You heard she has a degree in microbiology or some shit, microcellular, some stupid shit. And so now we're supposed to believe her that we're not capable of leadership. We're not capable of love. Oh, let me guess. All of the leadership and all of the love. Where's my nigga De Facto at? Shout out to De Facto. He would find this funny. De Facto, when you watch this back, this woman, she wants to convince us that men aren't capable of leadership. We're not capable of love. Not at all. None of us, no matter what we do. So I guess she's going around convincing all of our baby mamas and our girlfriends that all of the love and leadership is in her dildo. Anyway, guys, I'm going to finish this lady up because we got some more to talk about. Gail, are you in the chat? Because you put something in the chat. We could talk about that next if you want.
And so it takes one to know one.
Right.
And as a leader who's been trained to do this, I can see what people are lacking.
I know you saying stuff like this, you get backlash on it. What are people saying in an accusatory way to you? I mean, people are probably saying, how could you know? I mean, right? They're casting doubt on this, but you are so sure. I know you have to have some backlash online.
Of course, and then they all end up in submission when they go out there and continue to go against the truth and continue to knock their heads up against the wall, and then they have to come back crying, you were right, I understand. You know, so I get all kind of slurs, you know, derogatory slurs, but it doesn't.
You hear what she says? She said, I tell these women about these men, and then they go out and they try to give the man a chance, and they get disappointed and they come back to me crying to me and say, you were right, you were right. And then what happens after that? Mami Rica, cover your ears because this is for adults only. I know you're an adult, but I know you have virgin ears, Mami Rica. What happens after you tell you tell this woman that the man ain't shit, and then she goes and whatever, and she's disappointed, and she comes back to you and she's crying on your shoulder. She said, you were right, you were right. What happens after that? You already know, ladies and gentlemen, put it in the chat. She munches her carpet.
They all end up in submission when they go out there and continue to go against the truth and continue to knock their heads up against the wall, and then they have to come back crying, you were right, you were right. I understand, you know, so I get all kind of slurs, you know, derogatory slurs, but it doesn't bother me because I understand that people are trying to protect the identity that they think they know.
Ideologies that we've really kind of all learned as a society that are maybe backwards.
It's hard to change bad habits. It's hard to, they say it's, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I don't believe that. I think that if you can convince somebody to open their eyes and if you can give them a legitimate reason why they should, most people will, specifically women. Most women will change if you can convince them that it's really better on another side.
You hear what she just said? She just revealed herself. Somebody put that in the chat. She just revealed herself. She said, most women will finally fall in line when you can convince them it's better on the other side. But remember, her argument is about men. Leonard, do you understand this? There you go, Leonard. There you go, Leonard. You see where she's going with it? The conversation is about men, not some men, not these men, hell, not even black men. It's about men. And then at the end, you say it's better on the other side. So what is the other side? Because these women are coming to you crying about the men that they're dealing with. So what is the other side that you say it's better for them? What is it? Tell us. Queen maker. The queen maker. Okay, yeah, all right. Anyway, I was gonna talk about, we could talk about what Gail wanted to talk about, but I have one more thing. Since we're talking about this bullshit, man, I feel like I should only just show this to you. Should I show this one to you guys?
These real boss men, they do not desire.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, I get chills when I hear this woman. I get chills down my spine when I hear this woman. This is a real high-ranking witch right here. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, goddamn, look at this. Guys, what is going on here? Look at this yellow hair hat. The fuck is going on here? Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and get it over with. Raise your hand if I could just go ahead and get this shit over with since we're talking about it, because this last woman, now remember, all of this is for a reason. The name of tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course is Agents. Now, we talked about plies to begin and how a lot of these black men are acting as agents even when they're smarter than that. This is the complete opposite of how they actually behave, but they're doing even more damage. I would say you're doing even more damage if you're smart and you're willingly leading our people down destruction versus, let's just say, a Gucci Mane ass nigga back in the day. He might not have known no better. I would say it's worse if you know better and you're just willingly leading our people down destruction. Plies. And then we talked about the queen maker, whoever the fuck that is. She's trying to tell black women, or women in general, but black women is her main audience. Let's just be real. You don't hear no Asian no white, no Arab people, women talking about the queen maker and listening to this black woman talk her babble. It's only black women on her channel listening to her babble. So this is the digestible version of Cynthia G, guys. And she said it's better on the other side. What is the other side? Talk to me in the chat. What is the other side? Now, this is somebody said, I'm surprised that that woman with the strap on wasn't talking about black men. Well, that's this conversation right here. Look at this shit right here. Let's just listen to this babble. I'm gonna see, okay, how about this? I don't know how long I can play this video before I vomit, because it's 16 minutes, so we're not gonna watch the whole thing. I just been seeing this on my timeline, so I want to watch it with you guys. I'm gonna play this video until I physically vomit. Okay, let's go.
These real boss men, they do not desire these real boss.
First of all, look at the background. Look at the background. Now you got these 4 boss chick women. Remember, Kevin Samuels was breaking all this shit down, all this boss talk. A boss woman, I'm a boss chick. And no, you are not the white man's boss. You are the black man's boss. That's the only way you feel like a boss. The white man allows you in his corporate area. Let's just stop playing this game, okay? Because look at those oiled up legs that Ebony KKK Williams. Let's just talk about it, Ebony. Let's talk about it, Ebony. You have those oiled up legs. You talk about being pretty all the time. And I'm sure you do work hard. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just be real. If she wants to be up under the CEO, she will be up under the CEO. Now, her time is fleeting because, as they say, the wall, but for now, Ebony K can at least get ran through. But look at the background. Listen to black women. Okay. Should we listen to the brick woman? Talk to me in the chat. Listen to black women. Well, the first question is, what is black? That's the first question. And then the second question is, should we listen to this black woman? And all these black men just stood around and watched. Think about it, guys. Forever we're going to be able to put up this picture. And all we got to say is all these black men just stood around and watched. Wow. Wow. Think about it. These ladies didn't come together to talk about the brick situation, because this is a new video. This video just came out like a week ago. These black women didn't come together to talk about the brick situation. Let's hear what they got to talk about. Let's listen. I'm going to try my best to not interrupt. You guys tell me what you think in the chat.
Men, they do not desire a financial or these real boss men, they do not desire a financial or an intellectual equal. They are not attracted to it. It is a turn off. The PP goes, burr, burr, burr. It does. I'm telling y'all the truth. They did not go to law school, L'Oreal, so they could end up with a peer.
Welcome to Listen to Black Women. I'm L'Oreal, and we're here with Elle Barner.
I'm a feminine woman, and traditionally, I want to play the feminine role.
Ebony K. Williams.
Our show up in this world is Ebony K.
Somebody put that in the chat. Ebony KKK Williams. Get that correct. Ebony KKK Williams.
Williams, and no man can just hop on that.
And the beautiful Melissa Ford.
I want to preface all my answers with the fact that I am a progressive traditionalist.
And let me tell y'all something, you are in for a treat of an episode.
Did you hear what she said, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear what she said? Oh, you can't make this shit up. Did you hear what the last one said? Did you hear?
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
Did you hear what she said?
The fact that I am a progressive traditionalist. I want to preface all my answers with the fact that I am a progressive traditionalist.
I am a progressive traditionalist. Can somebody define that for me?
Ooh, child.
I am a progressive traditionalist.
Period. How old are your children?
17 and 3.
17 and 3. Why are you not with the 3-year-old dad? I can't remember.
He couldn't take my entertainment lifestyle. It's a lot. I'm too much for some men, and I was too much for him. But I said, if he wanted to have counseling, we sure could have, because he's still a great man. Great.
He's a good father?
Mm-hmm. Great father.
Zarina, what do you do again for a living?
Well, I'm a Renaissance woman.
What does that mean?
I do many things, Kendra. So I really do. Instead of dating, I invest in my talents. So I really do a lot, especially motherhood. Mothering, I wake up to that job. That's an infinite position. So that's the number one. I'm a mother.
What do you get a check for?
I get a check for singing, modeling, art, property management, brand ambassadoring. That's why I say I really am a Renaissance woman. And yeah. And child support, because I'm a good mama.
Okay. So that's singing, modeling. You said you also do art, property management, brand ambassador, and child support. Do you have OnlyFans? I can't remember.
I sure do. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's one of my little residual incomes. I sure do. I forgot. Yeah.
Okay. And
oh man.
ooh, child.
The fact that I am a progressive traditionalist.
And let me tell y'all something, you are in for a treat of an episode, because you are sitting amongst women.
I don't even think you guys heard me. I think my volume was off. But anyway, all I'm saying is, I'm gonna say this one more time in case you didn't hear it. A lot of these women, not saying that they don't work hard, but these women are we're all under the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. When you understand the strategies of war, you will understand that you have to kill the men. When you're going to war with the nation, they kill the men and they keep the women as slaves and concubines. So this is what happens. That's why they don't ever show their fangs to the white man in the corporate media or in the corporate world. And you have to understand that you ever see these sassy black women that work in corporate America, or they work as managers and stuff, the white man, and Kevin Samuels talked about this too. the red man loves a sassy black woman because he knows how to control that sass. He knows that she's never going to get too out of line with her sass against him. She knows that she's going to use all that sass against the black man, and she's going to use that sass also to protect the company. You ever hear some of these black women in customer service when you're calling in somewhere or whatever? You can tell when it's a black woman. Raise your hand if you called in a customer service, you could tell when it's a black woman, and not because of the voice, because of the attitude. And we can talk about that another day, but the red man loves that because basically she's protecting the red man's business at the end of the day. She's protecting the bottom dollar. She's going to be a hound because remember, her main objective is to prove to the black man that she's strong and independent. Think about it, guys. Her main objective is to prove to the black man that she's strong and independent. So she's going to do whatever she needs to do under the red man system to get that status. That's what's important to her. Not destroying the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. That's why, look, why are they so happy? This is supposed to be the end of the world. Black people are still at the bottom, but every one of them is sitting there with some fake dog hair on their head, talking about being a boss chick. But I want to listen to black women. Look at the background. Let's listen to black women because they're going to end up talking about black men. The only reason why I'm bringing up this clip, because they're talking about black men. Let's go.
Women that are always going to tell it like it is, whether they get backlash or not. So we have a lot of issues when it comes to when we want to say what we want as black women. Right, Ebony?
Well, since you went there, yeah, it's interesting. So the past several months.
You see, right, Ebony? Right, Ebony? We have something to say as black women, right, Ebony? Somebody put that in the chat. This is an agent. Ladies and gentlemen, can anybody please put that in the chat for me? This woman right here, Ebony KKK Williams, is literally a Men in Black agent. She's always being propped up as some representative to speak on behalf of educated, boss chick black women. Notice that. So they start the show, yeah, well, we got something to say as black women, right, Ebony? Tell them what we have to say as black women. Wow. Wow. It's amazing.
Issues when it comes to when we want to say what we want as black women. Right, Ebony?
Well, since you went there, yeah, it's interesting. So the past several months where I've been leading conversation amongst black women and beyond, I think the main thing I've learned from this, y'all, is people really want black women to be happy with anything. What people really want black women to understand is that we are to be accepting of our positioning as the least desirable in society. We should get the memo that nobody really wants a black woman. Thus, if anybody was to find themselves willing to take up with us, we should be happy, we should be grateful, and we should shut up about it. And if you are
it's the same old narrative with no data. Somebody put that in the chat. It's the same old narrative with no data, no real solution in sight, no real tangible thing in sight. Woe is me. Oh God.
A black woman that dares to push back on that mythology, because that's what it is. It's a damn lie from the pits of hell.
Right.
And if you were to push back on that and insist upon a value system, insist upon a criteria, insist upon just a standard into which we want to operate romantically.
Also, guys, listen to how they articulate the words. Listen to how they, because I spend a lot of time, I love to enunciate and, speak properly, whatever the fuck. But notice how they overcompensate with their articulation, just like the last woman, to try to masquerade the fact that they're not saying anything of substance. Listen to how she's projecting her voice, and she learned all that in college. She learned all that in the boardroom. She learned all that from sitting up under her white zaddy's dick. Talk to me in the chat. You know that, right? This woman, Ebony KKK Williams, she learned all this babble from being educated in the fraternities. Oh, she was not only educated in the nice school, but she went to the HBCU. So she got spanked on her booty. Actually, that doesn't sound too bad, ladies and gentlemen. Talk to me in the chat. But she got spanked on her booty just like all the fraternity people do. And they spit in her face just like that. And then she joined a fraternity. Now she's coming to you, telling you how educated she is. This is the same woman that froze her eggs and tells you to freeze your eggs. Every which way she's telling you to freeze your eggs and find a man, don't find a man, this and that. Who made her the spokesperson of black women? Why is she talking about, this is her ex-fiance. Do you know why this man left her? Because COVID-19 happened and he wanted to be with his actual family, his white family. And he left your nigger, well, let me not say nigger because I don't want to get, taken down by YouTube, but he left your, somebody give me a good old Southern term for those bed wenches, like your bed maiden or something like that. Like you're like his very fair-skinned brown paper bag in the house, straighten your hair with the nice dress on, sipping lemonade on the porch while the slave field niggas are getting whipped on the back and you're laughing. This is the type of slave woman you are. Talk to me in the chat. Listen to this woman, guys.
We are demonized.
Yes.
We are, we are seen as ungrateful, and eventually we become the ungrateful, angry black woman. And I'm not, I personally won't have it.
Every single time.
Yeah.
And you know what was really disgusting to me? You got a lot of backlash. And then I believe it was Tyler Perry who came on the flip side and basically said that we need to start looking at men that don't make as much, or the stay-at-home dads, and considering them. Looking at men that don't make as much, or the stay-at-home dads.
And remember, this is regarding the conversation. Philip, I'm gonna read your comments in a minute, but I just wanted to run through this video. This is regarding the conversation about the bus driver routine. If you guys remember the conversation she had about the bus driver, and she said, I'm not going to date a man unless he owns a bus. What if he's a bus driver? No. Unless he owns the bus corporation, the bus business. He has to be the owner of an entire bus operation in order for me to date him. I'm going to read some comments and I'm going to let her talk though. But I just want you to pay attention to all the body language. Pay attention to all the women talk about, yes, hallelujah. You know, when the women get together, they start that fake church shit. Ooh, Lord, yes, child. So let's hear if these women have any data. Remember, this is another agent right here. This is the reason why I'm showing you her. She's an agent.
Considering them.
I think his exact thing was, I mean, if he can contribute to, the light bill, then
the light bill,
but but he makes you happy in all other.
Now this woman right here, we can go into her another day, but she made her debut in the world and it's not to shame her, but it's just the real deal. She was known as what we used to call a video girl, a video vixen back in the day. You know, they don't really have music videos like that anymore. Everybody's shaking their ass now, so I guess there's no reason to be a video vixen when your next door neighbor's shaking her ass on OnlyFans anyway. But there was a time when only certain women were shaking their ass in public, and particularly for rappers. And that was what she was, a video vixen, shaking her ass for male rappers. And whether she had a problem with it or not, she did it and nobody forced her. Now, I guess she's over that. And we're not going to talk about which rappers she probably sucked their dick or whatever, but, oh, forgive me, sucked their nether region. But now she wants you to know she's a boss chick, independent chick. She's not going to deal with this. She's not going to deal with that. That's who this woman is, Melissa Ford.
Areas, then I mean, you know, and he met you at your worth. I thought he'd actually said he met you at your worst. I was like, wait, what are we even saying? What is the story that we're being force fed? It's gross.
And they were applauding him.
I was just like, this is, first of all, Tyler Perry makes movies where the bus driver looks like Boris Kodjoe. And in that case, bring him on. Every single woman would be like,
You see, when you let them talk, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they talk about. When you give them the full platform to really just have a productive conversation about the world or about relationships, about the Black community, or even air their grievances out and their demands, listen to what they say. I'm not gonna date no bus driver unless he looks like Morris Chestnut. Then bring him on so I can get fucked by that bus driver. You see? No, I can't take him seriously, but he can fuck me. You see? Wow. So then the person she's gonna take seriously is like, wow, like what are we really saying, guys? Boris Kodjoe, Morris Chestnut, you know, the same niggas. It's about 3 or 4 or 5 niggas that every woman is in love with in Hollywood, to where all those requirements from the regular man don't matter because, oh, this is Boris Kodjoe. So you see how they're very serious until it comes time to what they really believe. Now, oh yeah.
Tyler Perry made.
Look at this boss chick talking about she'll get fucked by a Boris Kodjoe. You're a boss chick, but you're just gonna get fucked because he's Boris Kodjoe, right? But I'm supposed to respect you as some boss chick because you decide who gets the pussy, I guess. I mean, whatever. That's the reason why I don't be getting like pussy like that, because I'm not even going to play your game in 2023, 2022, 2024, 2021. I've not been playing your game for a while. And I be seeing these women trying to get me to make eye contact with them and play this little game. I'm not doing it. Do you want my nether region or not? Somebody put that in the chat. Woman, in 2024, I'm not shooting my shot. I'm not none of that. I see that ass, all of that. Do you want my nether region or not? You better say it. The ball is in your court. The balls are in your court. Because you have the opportunity, woman. You have all the jobs. You the boss chick. Well, you tell me who you trying to fuck with. I'm not about to be simping over this woman. And that's another reason why these women are hyped up like this. I guarantee, Bryce, if you run up on that woman with that yellow hair hat on right now, and you just snatched her motherfucking hair hat off and ran off into the sunset, she would curl up into a little ball like a gremlin, like Smeagol from the Lord of the Rings. All that boss talk, all that degree, all that, go snatch the wig off right now. All of that doesn't matter. I guarantee you. Let's continue.
Makes movies where the bus driver looks like Boris Kodjoe. And in that case, bring him on. Every single woman would a bus driver. Oh, you want to say? You know what I'm saying? So yes, that's a factor. And it's like I kind of feel like it was a really it was a gotcha moment with you.
Yeah.
Because it was just like, why throw bus driver at you?
Here's the thing about what Tyler's suggesting, right? The subtext is going back to what we just talked about. Your worth is minimal. So if you are willing to accept minimal contribution to your household, a la a light bill, that is equivalent to your value in society. That's the subtext there that no one's saying out loud.
But but the other subtext in there is the assumption that Black women's only option is to date Black men.
Oh, well.
The conversation really
Okay, now.
never gets examined.
My bad. I know you. I was muted for a minute. Here we go with this, guys. Already, so anybody who be trying to tell me that I shouldn't be talking about this type of stuff, notice that nobody's ever on these comments, or no women. Let me say that. No women are ever in these comments of these videos telling these women that they shouldn't be talking like this, or they shouldn't be using their platform to talk about Black men like this. They're mentioning our names. They're putting in categories and everything. And we're not supposed to be able to talk about it. Listen to what she says. Now she wants to tell us that, you know, Black women, guess what? We don't only have to date you niggas. We have other options. This is laughable, guys. I'm going to just let you know, we're not even going to watch this whole video. This is laughable. The idea that you can date other races of men. Well, why do you keep having panels to say that? Can anybody tell me in the chat? I'm really curious. Why do they keep on making panels to tell us that they can go date white men and Asian men? You had 1 million panels telling us you're a boss chick, and you put this fake hair on your head to tell us, oh, you know, we have other options. Do you really? Because no matter who you date, you're going to have to compete with the women of that race. Let's just keep it a funky buck. Most people date within their race, including Black people. So if you date a white man, you're going to have to compete with white women. Taylor Swift. You remember the Black woman who got fucked for 5 years? This man fucked her mouth for 5 years and then didn't even buy her a Subway sandwich. And then now he took Taylor Swift to the Super Bowl. So you're talking about you got other, oh, that's why Ebony K, look at Ebony K's face when the woman said we have other options. Listen.
That Black women's only option is to date Black men. Oh, well. The conversation really
Look at Ebony K. Look at Ebony K. When the woman said, oh, you know, we don't only have to date these niggas. Look at Ebony K's face. She said, oh, well, let me grab my champagne and take a sip on that. Now, I want you to look very closely at this picture, ladies and gentlemen, because this is an Asian in front of our face. Look how she's grabbing that white man. Jay, I'm sorry. Bryce, I get vulgar. I get vulgar when I sip this champagne. You guys aren't watching me, but I'm sipping a little champagne. But it helps me to talk about this stuff. Look at the way he's grabbing her. No, look at the way she's grabbing him. Look at the way she's grabbing him. Can y'all see that? Now look at his posture. He's chilling. She's sitting up. She feels like a, what's it called? Philip, what's it called? You ever seen those when the white people take their dogs to the like best in show? You know what I'm talking about? Like they have this super prize winning dog. I think it's like called a prize dog or something like that. A show dog or something. I don't know, but they have the super perfect German Shepherd, this super perfect German Mastiff dog, and it's just running perfectly and it's striding perfectly. It has perfect posture. That's the way this woman is looking right now. She reminds me of one of those dogs. I know you know what I'm talking about. They got that big ass arena. It looked like a football field. And you got them white people running with the dog. They run down there and the dog just looking beautiful as hell. And the judges give the judges, oh my God, look at this dog. It's standing like a pure breed. It's a complete pure breed. That's the way she's sitting because she finally is in heaven. She has her master. Okay? But he dumped her when he thought the world was ending during the coronavirus, like we all thought the world was ending. He dumped her ass and went back to his white family. And now she's back talking about believe black women and listen to black women. And when they mention dating outside the race, this is her face. She grabbed her champagne. This is her face, guys. And I'm going to read all your comments later. I know I'm talking a lot, but I didn't even know if I was going to come and talk to y'all today. I got a lot to say. Let's talk.
Is the assumption that black women's only option is to date black men.
Oh, well.
The conversation really
Okay, now.
never gets examined as to the other options that black women have.
Right.
You know, and listen, I understand wanting to be racist.
So what are the other options that y'all have, black women? Put it out on the table. Stop flexing with us. Stop pump faking. Throw it out. Throw your cards down. We're playing poker. The black man, he already showed you his cards. Show us your cards, black woman. What do you have that you're gonna, we're just dealing with you niggas, but we really could be getting a bunch of Arab men. Can you really? Can Shaniqua really go and get the traditional Arab man? Can Shaniqua or Keisha really get like a traditional Bradley and Bradley has to take you home. He has to take you home to his family and marry you and treat you with respect and put you on Facebook with all of his high school friends. Oh, guess what? I bet you she's going to get in line for that. Jay, are you in the chat? If she finds a goddamn red man, she wants the black woman to fall in line with that. You remember this video right here? This is probably one of the most ridiculous videos I've ever seen in my life.
Black women, if you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
And sometimes have that resting bitch face. Get rid of it, because that's going to immediately intimidate a white guy to be like, oh yeah, no, never mind. She's probably not even interested or don't even want to be bothered. Crack a smile. Crack a smile, a little wink, or, a little flirt.
Look, wink at him. Wink at him. God damn it. When's the last time a black woman winked at a black man? Oh my God. I've never thought about that. Black women, and I hate to do the whole black women, black man thing, but I'm going to do it today because these women are doing it. So we're going to entertain these women. When's the last time any black woman, even if she was feeling a nigga, even if this bitch saw Boris Kojo at the grocery store, talk to me in the chat. Even if this bitch literally saw Boris Kojo at the grocery store, she still wouldn't have the fucking gall to wink at him. She wouldn't give him that pleasure. She still wouldn't even do that. But listen to what these women are saying. Go ahead, wink at the white man, smile at the white man, show him your titties, shake your titties at him. Go ahead and poke that ass at him. Speaking of which, Solo Dolo, are you in the chat? Because if Solo Dolo's in the chat, we can play another round of who is she, where is she at, and why is she there, ladies and gentlemen? Again, the game is called Who Is She? Or better yet, what is she? Where is she? And why is she there? Let's play another round. And this round goes to this lovely young lady right here. Now, can somebody tell me, what is she? Where is she? And why is she there? Let's go ahead. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Da da na da 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 da. Da na 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 na. Remember, don't get distracted, ladies and gentlemen. And also, this is a test to see how you guys would react in real life. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, or forgive me, gentlemen, keep your eyes straight forward when she looks back at you. You see how she looked back at you? I'm going to teach you right now. Before I tell you what I have to say, look, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, look, you see how she keeps looking back? You have to train yourself to look away when she looks back. You can only look at her ass when she looks away. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
I'm going to say it one more time before I ask you who is she, where is she, why is she there? Gentlemen, when you see this woman walking in public, you have to only look at her ass when she doesn't see you. She's going to look at you periodically. Sometimes she's going to be very stealthy about it. Make sure she doesn't see you. Okay? Now, I'm going to ask you guys, who is this woman, or better yet, what is she? Where is she, and why is she there? I need those 3 answers in the chat. I'm going to read some comments. Maybe you guys already put the answers, but if you haven't, go ahead and put it in the chat. What is this woman? Who is this woman? Where is she at? And why is she there? Okay, she's at Home Depot in America. Okay, that we know that she's there. That's where she's at. Okay, so now we need to know who or what is she and why is she there? Philip says, that's a joke I heard years ago. If you want men who own their own homes, just go to Home Depot. They're all there. Oh my God.
Man, quit playing with me, man. No, for real, don't play like that. Are you serious?
Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Usher. By the way, Usher has a video, and we're going to talk about this. We'll get right back to that ass in a minute. Usher has he did the Super Bowl, and I didn't watch all of it. I saw a piece of it. I was at work. But I did see this on being promoted, I guess, on his Instagram or something. Go ahead and take a good look at this picture real quick and understand that this is the artwork for his new album. He put this out. Usher put this out. At the same time, he dropped the album the same time he did the Super Bowl, which is the biggest moment of most artists' career. So you can go ahead and screenshot this picture. We can talk about that another day. What does this symbolism mean? What is he pushing? I don't know. But since I just brought that out because I showed Usher. But so now we understand this person, whoever this is at Home Depot. Now, why are they there? I'm gonna read some more comments because I think you were getting into it, Philip. You said this woman is here. Oh, she's an influencer. Ooh, that's a good one. So who is this woman? She's an influencer. Ooh. You just went deep, bro. Pause, very much pause. But you went deep there, bro. She's an influencer. Okay, so I'll accept that. So far we have 2 of the 3 answers. This woman is at Home Depot. That's where she's at. Who she is or what she is, she's an influencer. So why is this influencer at Home Depot? That's the final question. Maybe you guys answered in the chat already. Let me see. Why? Looking for attention, possibly. So let's put it together. We have an influencer, right, at Home Depot in America looking for attention. You see how we do this? You see how this is a beautiful game that we play together? Thank you guys for your participation. This has been the recent who is she, where is she, and why is she there? We'll talk about this next time on the channel. But anyway, I was talking about something else. Oh, yes. How did I forget? This babble. Let's continue to listen to some babble about how Black women have different options and we don't just have to deal with you niggas. Wow.
Equivalent to your value in society. That's the subtext there that no one's saying out loud.
But but the other subtext in there is the assumption that Black women's only option is to date Black men.
Oh, well.
The conversation really
Okay, now.
never gets examined as to the other options that Black women have.
Right.
You know, and listen, I understand wanting to be race loyal. I understand wanting to, if you're a Black woman, you want to marry a Black man, you want to have Black children. I totally get it. But the reality of the situation is that I feel like, and I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, I feel like Black men don't really want to have the conversation that Black women actually do have more options that are available to them.
Listen to what she says, guys. For 50 years now, women have been allowed to sit on national syndicated. See, it's a difference between YouTube Kevin Samuels and national Oprah Winfrey level talk shows. Whoopi Goldberg, The View, Tia Mowry, and this and that. These women have been able to sit on panels for 50 years and talk shit about Black men. She said, I'm sorry to say it, but Black men, do you hear? Not some. I need you to notice in all of these clips, none of these women said some Black men aren't ready for the conversation. Some Black men aren't capable of love. Some Black men aren't capable of leadership. No, they're just saying Black men aren't ready for the conversation. Respectfully, bitch, we've been ready for the conversation. You don't want to have the conversation. Because if we have that conversation, first of all, I'm knocking all that mimosa. I'm kicking that motherfucking whole table down. Ain't no mimosas around this bitch. Because you don't want me sipping no mimosa. You don't want me sipping my champagne and talking my shit. You better stop that and take that motherfucking hairhead off.
Than are ever kind of Sorry if I'm offending anybody. I feel like black men don't really want to have the conversation that black women actually do have more options that are available to them than are ever kind of proposed.
Yeah.
Because yes, black men, sure, it might be a little bit more difficult, but if you are willing to date outside your race, the options open up. And the culture,
I do, but wait, I have to give a
The options open up if you want to date outside your race. Again, are Indian men leaving Indian women in droves? Remember, every other woman submits to their man without question. And even though you want to buck dance for these other races because you want to prove a point to the black man that you can do something else, you still can't even be as submissive naturally as these other women are to their men. Have you seen how the Latina woman treats their man? The Latina woman puts the goddamn burrito in the Latino man's mouth for him. She blows on the burrito on the fork and she puts the burrito in his motherfucking mouth. I've seen it. Don't get me started on the Arabs. They will kiss their man's feet like Jesus Christ. So again, if we really want to have a conversation about the races and interracial relationship, let's have the conversation. But you can't sit up there with 4 hair-hatted, educated women and no real black men and think you're having a conversation for the community. No, that's not how it goes.
Like black men don't really want to have the conversation that black women actually do have more options that are available to them than are ever kind of proposed.
Yeah.
Because yes, black men, sure, it might be a little bit more difficult, but if you are willing to date outside your race, the options open up. And
I do, but wait, I have to give a
Philip, wait a minute. You asked a good question. You said, oh, these options, if there's so many, why haven't they exercised them yet? What's stopping them? Great question, Philip. Let me answer that. These women want us to believe that they're being loyal to us and they're giving us chances. They're holding this panel not to shit on us, but to, tell us to get our act together and, because we don't want to have to leave you for a different race. Because remember, all these other races are knocking at their door. You have a Pakistani man and you have a fucking Jewish man knocking at her door, wanting Sharkeisha, to be his lawfully wedded wife. But she's not doing it because she wants to make it happen with Jamal. But Jamal's he just won't get his act right. And he's just a bus driver and he needs to own the bus. Do you see how stupid this is, guys? Raise your hand if you see how stupid this is. I just want to know. These are agents not only of the government, but agents of confusion. Talk to me in the chat.
Caveat for this, because I don't want to make any presumptions. As somebody who has been very open and transparent about my dating within and beyond black men.
Listen to how she said it. Listen to how she said it. I've been very transparent about my dating within and beyond black men. What does that mean? If I didn't know any better, I wouldn't even know what she's talking about. She said, I've been very transparent about my experiences dating within and beyond black men. Oh, this is the picture. Look at this. Somebody put that in the chat. She said she went to niggas, she went to Pookie, she went to Ray Ray, and she went beyond.
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence?
She said she went beyond. She's Buzz Lightyear. The bitch went to infinity. Not only to infinity, she went to Pookie and beyond.
Bing, pow, boom.
see. Hold on. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. She said, I dated niggas and beyond. You can't make this up, guys. Oh, that's deep. She went not only beyond black men, but what she really meant is above. Because remember, Mami Rika, in the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy, everybody is above black men. Even the Pakistani man that shits in the motherfucking street, allegedly, in India. I heard in certain countries, they just shit in the street. But you can come to America, thank you, come again. And what, our women will worship you simply because you're not a nigga? You got to understand how deep this spell goes, guys. Let's continue.
The other options that Black women have.
Right.
You know, and listen, I understand wanting to be race loyal. I understand wanting to, if you're a Black woman, you want to marry a Black man, you want to have Black children. I totally get it. But the reality of the situation is that I feel like, and I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, I feel like Black men don't really want to have the conversation that Black women actually do have more options that are available to them than are ever kind of proposed.
Yeah.
Because yes, Black men, sure, it might be a little bit more difficult, but if you are willing to date outside your race, the options open up. And the culture,
They do, but wait, I have to give
a
a caveat for this because I don't want to make any presumptions. As somebody who has been very open and transparent about my dating within and beyond Black men, I just want to say that that's not necessarily the savior complex that people think. Unfortunately, because I think when I have this conversation with Black women who have never dated outside of Black men, they often have a romanticized fantasy ideal about what that is, kind of like non-Black men will save us, and I don't know, straight to Cam. And I know that's not what you're saying, right? But I do think like that was in the comments, right, of kind of my bus driver gate. Well, sis, what they need to know is you can date non-Black men, and you will still have many of the same perils because there are differences culturally, but men are men. And when it comes down to misogyny and default presumptions of feminine worth and value, some of those things control cross-culturally.
Oh, that's interesting, guys. Did y'all hear that? Did you hear what she said? Let me read some comments. She says, well, let me be honest. These men, I fucked a white man and he ghetto gagged me worse than my Black boyfriend did. So at least can we give her, are we going to give her a round of applause for at least being halfway honest and saying that these other races of men are at least the same as Black men, if not worse? She didn't say that they're worse, because remember, we talked about other nations of men, they will literally cut off your clitoris. Go look up female circumcision. Other men, they won't let you drive to the grocery store. Go look up Sharia law. Go look up Saudi Arabia. Other places, they won't even let you show your ankles. So, thank you for being somewhat honest in saying that, well, you know, we need to stop lying to ourselves and acting like these other nations of men are going to really come save us, because they're probably not. But the only reason why Ebony KKK Williams can say that, why? Because this white man left her when he thought it was the end of the world during COVID-19. He left her to be with his white family. She said this from her mouth. I'm not gossiping. This is from her mouth. Everything I say on my channel, I have the receipts to back it up. Everything. This woman said from her mouth that he left her for his white family when things got tough and he thought everybody was going to die. And he left her as a fiance. Somebody put that in the chat. Forever fiance. But I guess it's okay as long as she's the white man. Let's listen to more of this bullshit, guys. And then about 5-7 minutes, we'll go on to the next topic because we still have a few little longer. Put a chair emoji in the chat if you're gonna stick with me for the rest of the stream. Let's listen to more babble, guys. Actually, I find it interesting to see what they have to say about black men.
Fantasy ideal about what that is, kind of like non-black men will save us, and I don't know,
No,
straight to
that
Cam.
is not,
and I know that's not what you're
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
right? But I do think like that was in the comments,
Yeah.
right? Of kind of my bus driver gate. Well, sis, what they need to know is you can date non-black men, and you will still have many of the same perils because there are differences culturally, but men are men. And when it comes down to misogyny and default presumptions of femininity.
Oh, Philip, you still don't get it, Philip. These educated boss women are waiting for black men to get their act right. They have all these other men knocking down their doors, and they're refusing all of these other men that are trying to propose to them because they want to be with a black man first. So they're holding this panel to do a state of emergency for black men to get their act together because anytime they want, they could have 100 men at their request from other nations wanting to marry them. That's what you don't understand, Philip. They don't want to get married to other people. They want us. They're waiting on us. They're refusing all the wedding proposals from the Saudi Arabian men. This is what they want us to believe, that Saudi Arabian men are just out there like, yes, I will make you my queen. Somebody put that in the chat. Sheesh. I could really go into it, but I can't because I'm on the run. But you already know what I'm talking about. Queen to be. Your queen to be.
And worth and value, some of those things control cross-culturally. I only know it from experience.
But I will say, some of the women that I know that have dated outside of their race, I do not. I only date black men. But they will try to convince me that it is better, and maybe.
She says she only dates black men, ladies and gentlemen. You hear this woman right here? Raise your hand if you heard what she said. She said, I know some other people date outside their race. I only date black men. Well, do you only wear black hair? No, that was just a joke. But seriously, let's continue because I have more things to say.
That is kind of like non-black men will save us, and I don't know,
No,
straight
that
to
is
Cam.
not,
and I know that's not what you're
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
right? But I do think like that was in the comments,
Yeah.
right? Of kind of my bus driver gate. Well, sis, what they need to know is you can date non-black men, and you will still have many of the same perils because there are differences culturally, but men are men. And when it comes down to misogyny and default presumptions of feminine worth and value, some of those things control cross-culturally. I only know it from experience.
But I will say, some of the women that I know that have dated outside of their race, I do not. I only date black men. But they will try to convince me that it is better, and maybe that.
Forgive me, Bryce, because I'm going to get raunchy, but yes, she only dates black men because black men the only one that fuck her from the back and spit in her mouth. And that's the type of stuff that she likes. She likes that hair hat to be yanked from the back, yanked the fuck off. She likes to be spanked from the back, yank that hair hat clean off. I don't know what's underneath that hair hat. Is it Steve Harvey under there? Is it Cleo from Set It Off cornrow braids underneath there? Is it Whoopi Goldberg in the color purple dreadlocks underneath that yellow hair hat? The world will never know. But all we know is at the end of the day, she could talk all that boss shit, but she only wants to be with a nigga because niggas only have nigga energy. And that's the one thing that none of these women are going to admit, that niggas have nigga energy. So shut all that stupid shit the fuck up. Remember, no other nation of men allows their women to even talk like this. Other nations will literally get up there and start slapping you on national TV. Slap, slap, slap. I don't give a fuck about cancel culture, nothing. Other nations will slap you on national television. And we need to wake up and admit that that's the truth. Stop trying to act like black men are so harsh and all this other goofy shit. Other men will literally circumcise you. I mean, what spell are we under that we never said this type of stuff before, guys?
Outside of black men, they often have a romanticized fantasy ideal about what that is, kind of like non-black men will save us, and I don't know,
No,
straight to
that
Cam.
is not-
And I know that's not what you're
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah.
right? But I do think like that was in the comments,
Yeah.
right, of kind of my bus driver gate. Well, sis, what they need to know is you can date non-black men, and you will still have many of the same perils because there are differences culturally, but men are men. And when it comes down to misogyny and default presumptions of feminine worth and value, some of those things control cross-culturally. I only know it from experience.
But I will say, some of the women that I know that have dated outside of their race, I do not. I only date black men. But they will try to convince me that it is better. And maybe that's why we have that idea that it is romanticized. Because it's like, oh, girl, you need to get you an Italian man because they know how to worship us. They know how to treat us better. Okay, so when it
You see, they're telling the truth, guys. This is the conversation that women are having. Girl, you need to get you an Italian man because can somebody translate that to me before I translate it? Translate this sentence for me in real time for real people. Tell this like you would tell it to a third grader, even though you wouldn't tell a third grader this. Tell me like I have the comprehension of a third grader. Girl, you need to get an Italian man because an Italian man's going to worship you. What does that mean? Can somebody really break that down before I do? Because I have so many things I could say about that one sentence. One black woman telling another black woman to get a so-called Italian, aka white man, because he will so-called quote unquote worship you. First of all, here's the question. Where did she get that information from? Here's the answer. Her personal experience. This black woman got fucked and dumped, and maybe he ate her nether region or whatever the fuck he did, and oh, he was Italian. Let me guess. He made you some fucking lasagna for he fucking ghetto gagged you? Talk to me in the chat. He made you some lasagna for he fucked your face, and now you're going to tell another black woman, well, you need an Italian man. He's gonna cook for you, and he's gonna worship your big black booty. I'm sure that Italian man did worship that big black booty, goddammit. He ain't never seen nothing like that. And you went and busted it wide open for him because he wasn't a black man because you was mad at the black man, but you not going to bust it wide open for the black man because you trying to prove a point because you believe in the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. Can I get a helper in the chat? I can't even get no help on here. God dog it. When I start spitting like this, it just be nothing in the chat. Just crickets in the chat. Wow. Wow, guys. Talk to me in the chat.
comes to that, do you feel like people, I only date black men, but they will try to convince me that it is better. And maybe that's why we have that idea that it is romanticized, because it's like, oh girl, you need to get you an Italian man because they know how to worship us. They know how to treat us better. Okay, so when it comes to that, do you feel like people throw that in your face as well? Because when you...
First of all, what does it mean the red man is gonna worship you? When another black woman tells another black woman, oh, go ahead and get a white man. What can somebody tell me what that means? Worship you. Until he gets mad at you and now you're a nigger bitch and a nappy headed nigger bitch and he should have never brought you home to mom. Right? I should have never brought you home to my fucking mom. You're just a nappy-headed nigger bitch. Should have left you in the ghetto with Tyrone. Right? I need somebody to tell me what that means, that when a black woman tells another black woman, oh, you need to get you this Italian man. They're going to worship you. First of all, she's drawing back on an experience that she had. But notice she's not married to that Italian man that worshiped her. Do we notice that? She's not married. She has no kids. She has no attachment. He's not protecting her. He's not teaching her. He's not guiding her. This magical Italian man that she probably went out to Italy on one of her girls' trip and fucked some random Italian man. Oh, and now she's going to come back and tell you, girl, you need to get an Italian because I had one Italian. He worshiped my black ass. I'm sure he did. And he told his Italian friends, Mamma mia. Somebody put that in the chat. You got ghetto gagged by fucking It's me, Mario. Bitch, you got ghetto gagged by Luigi from the Mario Brothers game. Then he went back to his Italian friends and told them, Mamma mia, that's a spicy meatball. I'm on a roll tonight. Don't worry about it, guys. Just stick with me.
See a black man that's dating a white woman, it's kind of just like, okay, you know, the athletes, oh, they all got them a white woman, and that's fine.
There's a whole movement called Passport Bros.
This is what I mean.
Oh,
What
God.
You see? Put an eye emojis in the chat if you see this shit. Put some eye emojis in the chat if you see this. Now she said there's a whole movement called the Passport Bros. Look at their face immediately. Immediately when you mention any group, whether it's, notice the buzzword that you put on black men speaking for themselves. Passport Bros. And I'm not a part of any of these groups, but listen to the names that you give black men. Only black men. You don't give black women speaking there. You don't put them in a group. Black men, they're Passport Bros if they have a certain ideology. Or they're red pill if they have a certain ideology. You see how they do this? Oh, these red pill men and these Kevin Samuels men. You see how they literally throw you? It's almost like calling you a communist or some shit back in the day. It's like, you're not going to actually address my ideology. You're going to, these red pill men, these woke people. You see how this is happening? Do you see how this is happening, ladies and gentlemen? They have a whole community called the Passport Bros. Remember, there's no actual community. This is the idea that black men are saying we need to go outside of America to try to get women because obviously the women in America are not submissive at all. They've lost their fucking minds. At the end of the day, that's what the Passport Bros is. Black men thinking that they could go outside of America and find a traditional wife, whether they're right, wrong, who knows? But do you notice, look at these women's face the moment they heard something that has something to do with black men speaking their mind. They would have made the same face about Kevin Samuels, or if they said the red pill or anything that's black male dominated and ran. But all the other shit talking about, yeah, I'm going to fuck Boris Kojo if he's the bus driver. Yeah, girl. You're laughing along with that, but now this is your face when you mention the Passport Bros, quote unquote. I find that very interesting. Let's continue.
Have dated outside of their race. I do not. I only date black men, but they will try to convince me that it is better. And maybe that's why we have that idea that it is romanticized, because it's like, oh girl, you need to get you an Italian man because they know how to worship us. They know how to treat us better. Okay, so when it comes to that, do you feel like people throw that in your face as well? Because when you see a black man that's dating a white woman, it's kind of just like, okay, you know, the athletes, oh, they all got them a white woman, and that's fine.
There's a whole movement called Passport Bros.
This is what I mean.
Oh,
What
God.
I mean, it goes to Ebony's point
Yes.
about black women being fed the narrative that you got to take what you can get, that you're the lowest on the totem pole in terms of attractiveness, and that black men are actively saying, I do not want a black woman. I am going to go to another country to find another, ethnicity or race of woman because they
Really want black women to be happy with anything.
what is that I feel like, and I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, I feel like
when it comes to that, do you feel like people throw that
or race of woman because black men are actively saying, I do not want a black woman. I am going to go to another country to find another, ethnicity or race of woman.
Now, Philip says that the so-called passport bros also go to Africa. They go to places where there's black women all across the country. Black women. So wait a minute. I thought now you want to be black American. Now black women know about black American, but any other time it's everybody is black. Do you see that? So wait a minute. If a passport bro goes to Ethiopia, she's not black, right? Or if he gets a black woman in the UK, she's not black. Or if he gets a black woman in the Dominican Republic, she's not black, right? But if she's a sister girl and she supports the movement, she's black, right? And if she votes for Kamala Harris, she's black, right? You see how none of their shit actually adds up when you hold a magnifying glass to it?
Take what you can get, that you're the lowest on the totem pole in terms of attractiveness, and that black men are actively saying, I do not want a black woman. I am going to go to another country to find another, ethnicity or race of woman because I deem them to be more attractive. I deem them to have more traditional values, read, bow to me.
But find them to do what, though?
To marry them.
There shouldn't be no reason why you can't say, I don't want to date a bus driver. You know why? You're a lawyer. You did your education. You've done your work.
Did you hear what she said, Jay? Jay, did you hear what she said?
I don't want to date a bus driver. You know why? You're a lawyer. You did your education. You did your education. You did your education. You did your education. You've done your work. You've been on television. You're still on television. And you probably don't want that kind of man. And that's okay.
And I don't think that man wants me, lawyer. That's the other part.
Oh, you're on television. You've been educated in the white man's system. You've got your degree. So you need to you need this certain man. Okay, I guess, but mind you, she's convincing women to freeze their eggs. I don't know how I don't know how normal, I don't know how that goes, but would y'all rather frozen eggs for breakfast or freshly cracked eggs on the sizzle grill? Let me know in the chat. I don't know about the emojis. Put a cracked egg emoji in the chat. God damn it! If you want regular fucking eggs that just got cracked and you put it on the grill versus frozen fucking eggs. Now think about, that's just your breakfast. This woman wants frozen eggs and turn that into a child. Let's continue.
Bow to me.
But find them to do what, though?
To marry them.
There shouldn't be no reason why you can't say, I don't want to date a bus driver. You know why? You're a lawyer. You did your education. You've done your work. You've been on television. You're still on television. And you probably don't want that kind of man. And that's okay.
And I don't think that man wants me, lawyer. That's the other part of the
where you gonna
conversation.
meet him?
No, I'm just saying that, but that man does not want me. Melissa, can you see?
Jay says, wasn't the game with the school teacher? I don't know, but I do know the game said about that woman all the way on the right. There's a song where the game said, all these video victims want to be Melissa Ford. You know, because her name is Melissa Ford. The game said, all these video victims want to be Melissa Ford, but they don't know Melissa Ford drives a Honda Accord. Jay, go listen to that song, Kanye West and the Game. It wouldn't get far. He says Melissa Ford drives a Honda Accord in real life.
Say, I don't want to date a bus driver. You know why? You're a lawyer. You did your education.
And the irony, of course, is that a woman with the name Ford is driving a Honda. But let's continue because we're right at 3 hours and I want to get to a few more topics.
You've done your work, you've been on television, you're still on television, and you probably don't want that kind of man, and that's okay.
And I don't think that man wants me, lawyer. That's the other part of the
where
conversation.
You gonna meet him?
No, I'm not saying that, but that man does not want me. Melissa, can you speak to that?
I had this exact conversation about her.
Yeah.
And I posed the question about, the CEO of Xerox. Why should she have to date a bus driver? Why is this even a part of the conversation? First of all, the two of them probably have very little in common. Not even in terms of them personally, but their lives and their lifestyle.
Melissa Ford wants to know why it's a conversation on why successful black women should date, someone like a bus driver. In other words, an average black man. Well, let me answer, Melissa Ford. Maybe you might not know. Melissa Ford, black people are under the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy, or better yet, for your bird brain, black people, we's black out here, and we're still slaves. So in slavery, the white man has killed black men and kept the women as slaves and concubines. Can you understand that? So that's why so many black women have jobs in these corporate offices next to the white man because he's not threatened by you. He probably wants some of that chocolate pussy. Forgive me. That chocolate nether region. Okay? But the white man knows he can't get no chocolate nether region from the average black man unless maybe you're Terry Crews. And that's why the only type of niggas that's allowed to survive in that atmosphere is a Terry Crews ass nigga, Tyler Perry ass nigga. So can you stop trying to compare yourself financially to the black American man when we all know in 2024 that you are being put on a pedestal because of your fucking titties? Let's keep it real. He keeps you around because of your titties. I'm sure you can answer the phone really nicely and you can file this paperwork and you can type on the fucking computer so pretty. He doesn't give a fuck how productive you are. Just come with those oiled legs and put some oil on those goddamn titties and bring your ass to work Monday through Friday and the white man's happy about it. And that's the truth. But a black man with dreadlocks walking up in that bitch, walking like Black Jesus Christ, he can't do nothing with that. So stop acting like, oh, why should we date a nigga that's, because niggas aren't allowed to have the same opportunities as you, stupid. Come on, guys. I can't be the first one who's actually saying this. Like, really?
Conversation about her.
Yeah.
And I posed the question about, the CEO of Xerox. Why should she have to date a bus driver? Why is this even a part of the conversation? First of all, the two of them probably have very little in common. Not even in terms of them personally, but their lives and their lifestyles and that sort of thing. And what's called into question when it comes to trying to date somebody who's of a different status than where you are, you're going to encounter problems that are going to result in microaggressions,
Conflict.
you know, just like the fissures are going to kind of show up in the relationship, but it's going to be a lot of unsaid things. Insecurities, you know what I'm saying? Like why, like listen, in a perfect world, Miss CEO of Xerox, she falls in love with a bus driver and everything works out well. But in reality, probably not.
You see, now they're talking about the black man's insecurities because she makes more money than him. We're completely ignoring, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that the black woman is completely upheld in the smallest instances to the largest instances. We could talk about Goldman Sachs giving $10 billion to black women businesses in particular. And they didn't even mention black men in the segment. I did a whole 30-minute segment on it. So we need to stop acting like we don't understand that basic concept. In war, they are going to kill the men and keep the women as their concubines and slaves. What don't you understand about that? Why are you having a conversation about your education and how much money you make? Like, I've literally seen 21-year-old, my child's mother, my son's mother was a manager at a retail store at 21 years old. I'm not saying she wasn't a hard worker, but I mean, really? 21 manager? 21 years old, manager at a multi-million-dollar corporation. I'm talking, this is one of the biggest corporations. 21, my baby mom. She was a manager. Now, let me tell you the truth. And shout out to my baby mom. But she said, well, she never said this, but she came home one day talking like a manager. Chocolate Melanin, shout out to you. Can you believe this, Chocolate Melanin? My baby mom, I'm not even going to tell the whole story that I should, but just know that one day she went from respecting me to coming home talking like a manager to me. Literally, well, you per my last email, regarding my last email, I told you to take out the trash. And unfortunately, I'm like, what the fuck? She's literally talking to me like she's still at work, talking to whoever she's talking to because she's a manager there. That's what happens in these relationships, guys. That's the power dynamic that the red man has set up, and now he's sitting back, he's watching it, rubbing his hands like Birdman. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put that meme on my catalog, so next time I'm talking, I can pull up the bird rubs hand like Birdman. Because that's what the red man is doing, rubbing his hands like Birdman, watching these black women sit up there talking this dumb shit, trying to have a pissing contest with black men. Think about how stupid that is, guys. And I told you, it's only because black men don't have, Jay, can you tell me some of the things we don't have? We don't have leadership. We don't have organization. We don't have weapons. We don't have resources. We don't have unity amongst black men. That's why we're not able to enforce our law with our women. Every other group of men enforces their law with their women. If you can prove me wrong on that, I'll delete all my channels. Just prove to me that all these other nations of men walking around right now, the Chinese man and everything else, that they don't enforce their law on their women with physical violence if they have to. Prove to me that these other nations don't do that. And the black man in America is just so bad. If you can prove that, I'll delete all my videos. But if you can't prove that, I'm sorry, but we're about to destroy this shit. The biggest thing, Jay, we don't have is weapons. I could say even if we didn't have resources and all this shit, All we had to have is unity and weapons, and we might even pose a threat. At least our women might listen to us. But we don't have weapons. We don't have land. We don't have resources. We don't have unity. That's why our women are up here talking this dumb, stupid shit.
The fissures are going to kind of show up in the relationship, but it's going to be a lot of unsaid things. Insecurities. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Like, listen, in a perfect world, Miss CEO of Xerox, she falls in love with a bus driver and everything works out well. But in reality, probably not.
So we're going to come back to this round 2, maybe tomorrow. I might even do a Talk My Shit Tuesday tomorrow and finish this off because it still has a good amount of time left. And I don't want to spend the whole time talking about this. But these are agents, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand if you can see what I'm talking about. That these are paid agents. The one in the white, Ebony K. Williams, she knows that she's an agent. She knows that she's an agent. The other ones, I don't know if they really know that they're agents. That's another thing. Sometimes you can be an agent and you might not even really know it. You might just be brainwashed and you might just be going along with the crowd and you might just be led astray to believe that you're actually making a boss decision. You're making your own decision when in actuality, you're falling right in line with the serpent wants you to fall in line with. So you're doing the serpent's bidding for him. So you're an agent, but you don't know you're an agent. You didn't really sign up to be an agent. So these other women on the podcast, they might just be stupid women talking. But that other woman in the middle, she knows what she's doing. Now let's see what other conversations we have. Jay, are you in the chat? This is a picture Jay sent me the other day. And I really want to talk about this because it's a really good picture. And Jay, this is an amazing receipt. At first, I didn't really understand what I was looking at. He just sent this. He said, are these, possible government agents? I said, whoa, wait a bit. And then I didn't even really realize what I was looking at. I had to just sit down and open it up and look at the picture. Now, first of all, does anybody recognize anybody in this picture? Raise your hand if you recognize anyone in this picture. And they tag the names of these people if you might not recognize the faces. The woman in the middle, she doesn't have her name tagged, but a lot of people know the woman in the middle. Does anybody know one or two of these people? You got Jason Lee. You got Kamala, right? Now, if you don't know who these people are, these are so-called influencers, right? So-called content creators, right? Now, this is what we've talked about, and this is what I've introduced in the other classes. So we're going to continue to talk about it. And shout out to Jay for this receipt because this is a beautiful receipt, guys. Now, if you look at this picture, this is actually all of the so-called influencers or the big players in one photo. I mean, they say a photo, or what's the word? They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? That's what they like to say. And I think that's true. A picture is worth 1,000 words. This picture might be worth 10,000 words. But let's just summarize it because we don't have the time. In the middle, you have Kamala Harris. That's the vice president of the United States. We can talk about her. We've talked about her before. But now this is important because who she's aligned with is most important. We know the grassroots does not fuck with Kamala Harris. We all know that. That's just, if you're part of the grassroots, if you know, you know. Somebody put that in the chat. If you know, you know. If you're part of the grassroots, you know who we fuck with, who we don't fuck with on a general basis. You might agree, disagree with some people, but you still fuck with them. But there's some people we just don't fuck with, and that's for a reason. They fucked up multiple times. That's the thing. Black grassroots, we give people chances. You might say we're so harsh. The black grassroots, I give people chances. Where's De Facto at? Shout out to De Facto. I gave Jackie Robinson a chance. And I'm going to talk about Jackie Robinson in a minute, matter of fact. I'm going to talk about Jackie Robinson next, matter of fact. But let me say this real quick. This is Kamala Harris in the middle. We know the grassroots does not fuck with Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Now, next to Kamala Harris on her right, you have Hollywood Unlocked. That's who they call Jason Lee. That's the dude with the black and white type shirt. Latino looking dude. On the right, you have the Neighborhood Talk. Now, allegedly, these are the people who are running these pages. Now, we're going to have a whole nother conversation about who's actually running these pages, because I found some interesting information that you might be shocked to find out that a lot of the times it might just be a black face, or you assume it's a black platform on Instagram, on TikTok, on whatever the case, but it's not. And they're just a black face. Zeus Network. I'm on to use, somebody put that in the chat. I'm on to Zeus Network. I'm on the Zeus Network head. I know that black man is not the head honcho of the Zeus Network putting out that stupid buffoonery. Now, you have Kamala Harris. You have, to the right, you have Jason Lee. To the right of that, the Neighborhood Talk. To the left, you got the Shade Room, Spiritual Word, and Fox Soul. Now, you might not know the names of a lot of these people. Like, for instance, Jason Lee, these are basically influencers. If you know, you know. If you're in the social media world, you know that these are heavy hitters. In other words, and I'm going to be honest, I've got a lot of my information from these people's platforms. Not saying that I stole anything from them, just saying they put out a news story about this celebrity or that. And I took that information and I brought it to you guys. I said, hey, look, did you see Playboy Cardi wearing a dress? Talk to me to chat. Bryce, first of all, what the fuck is this? First of all, hold on. First of all, guys, before I even say what I have to say, what the fuck is this?
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
I know somebody saw this. Now, mind you, I think I started the chat. I actually did start this video today with the Playboy Cardi song. And you know why? I actually like Playboy Cardi's music. Not all of it, obviously, but a lot of it, believe it or not. I've liked Playboy Cardi's music for a long time. And a lot of people question my musical forte, but don't worry about it, okay? I'm an artist. So I listen to a lot of music that might just be like, what? You wouldn't expect me to like this music. But I like a lot of Playboy Cardi's music. And some of his new shit is hard too. And then he came out with this picture right here. Now, first of all, he's coming out with an album and whatever the case. So, there's that. But this was going crazy on social media because if you look closely, it looks, and I'm not going to zoom into this man's ass. So this is the closest we're going to get to the picture. But he was going crazy because it's looking like he was wearing a thong or something like that. If you actually look really closely, he's wearing one of those. Now, this is the crazy part. He's wearing one of those little sheer shirt onesie thong thingies. You know, these women that be wearing that thong, that onesie thing and buttons at the bottom. Imagine a baby wearing a onesie that buttons at the bottom. But that's what these women, they have a shirt and then they button it down by the nether region. I don't understand it, but this nigga's wearing a onesie thong.
Make.
So yeah, it was kind of crazy. And then I'm like, did this nigga button it at the bottom but if you that would be wild crazy. Like, first of all, this is really one of the wildest pictures I've seen. And you want to say, stop picking on these rappers, but come on, man. And then you knew you were gonna, and then he came stumbling out. Did you see how he came stumbling out? He came look at this demonic humiliation ritual ass shit right here. He came stumbling out of the store, and he tries to have this mystique, and we can show the footage when the red man stopped him. He turned back into a human being. This footage, the dash cam footage just came out, and they be doing this as a humiliation ritual too. They be arresting all these rappers, NBA Youngboy, Kodak Black, Playboy Cardi, and then they release the footage of the dash cam footage of when they got arrested and shows them acting all nice and submissive. So this dude be acting real mysterious and I'm a rock star and all this other goofy shit. But when the red man pulled him over, he was like, "Sir, I didn't understand. I was going 100 miles an hour and I don't want to go to jail, sir. Please don't take me to jail." But I fuck with Playboy Cardi's music. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I do like a lot of his beats, and it doesn't matter what he raps. It's just like a dope ass vibe. Like, you just listen. It's just like a dope vibe. I don't know how to explain it. But wearing this onesie thong thing, bro, come on, dog. And it's not even about making fun of these niggas no more. But this right here, he comes stumbling out looking all demonic. First of all, he was painted it. What's this blackface shit? Can y'all hear me? What's this blackface shit? Yeah, supposedly he's a Satanist. He's got Satan tattoos. He's got the upside down cross you can see right there on his arm. And it's not really about talking about him in particular. It's just showing you the agents in our community. Again, I like his music. That's the crazy part about it. But see, I feel like I'm in the majority of people that know how, the minority, should I say. I'm in the minority of people who know how to separate the music from reality. In other words, I like to listen to the music just to get that vibe in the moment. I don't take what these people are saying seriously or I don't pop a Molly. Now, pop a Molly, I'm sweating. Remember that? Pop the Molly, I'm sweating. Woo! How many people popped a Molly for the first time? Listen to that song that came out. What year was that? Off the top, I'd have to say 2012. Can somebody tell me what year that song came out? Gold all of my watch. Gold all of my chain. I feel like that was like 2012. But then again, time is moving so fast. 2012 was already 12 years ago. Anyway, they said, pop the Molly, I'm sweating. That was Agent. That was an Agent. Same as Future. I like the rapper Future. You know what Future said? He said Percocets and Molly and all this. This is Agent behavior. And this dude right here, I'm going to tell you the truth. This is giving Buck Broken extremely gay. Like, I'm not even going to lie. Like, I'm not even judging if he's gay, but I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm not going to have hate speech on my channel. But this is giving like European homoerotic type, weird bondage type stuff, bro. You come sagging your pants with a fucking onesie thong hanging out. Think about that. Now, Here's the deepest part about this. I don't even think I have. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on. I don't think I have the picture, but I do have the article. I'm pretty sure I deleted the actual picture, but I have the article. Let me see. If I had the picture, it would even be better right now. But I do have the article. The article's gonna still blow your mind. Okay. So, do you remember that now let me tell you guys something, because this is what this really gonna blow your mind right now. Do you remember when black men were told to stop sagging their pants? A lot of people might not like my brother Jay, when do you turn, what month do you turn 18 years old, Jay? Jay, I think you're still 17, right? Or are you 18? I don't know. Anyway, Jay is still a young man. He might not remember a time where everybody, white, black, grandma, old, young, everybody came together to tell black American men, stop sagging your pants. They shamed us. They told you look like a thug, you look lazy, you look like a criminal, you look like you belong in jail. They told us to stop sagging our pants, right? Even to the point where in 2007, there was a sagging pants law in places like Louisiana, which banned people from sagging their pants. It disproportionately affected black men. Of course, when you go into it, there was a man named Anthony Childs at the bottom. You can go look him up. Anthony Childs, he was killed by police because they were trying to apprehend him for sagging his pants. And this is a real story. Nobody knows about it because really it doesn't benefit anybody to know about this. It only benefits black men to know about this. This should be a national outrage. This man was killed for sagging his pants. Anthony Childs, look it up. But regardless, now look at what's this man's name? Playboy Cardi. Now he's sagging his pants, but he's got the homoerotic thing going on, the homo thug going on. Now here's the question: is the police gonna arrest him for sagging his pants when he's clearly looking buck broken? Here's the question now. Somebody put that in the chat. Oh, now this is the face now. Now this is actually sad. This is actually sad that what I'm about to say, guys, epigenetic trigger. But this is the face right now. Remember when the slave, he's like completely buck broken and he's damn near retarded. Like, oh, yes, massa. Is I good for your massa? You remember that, right? Because we all have the epigenetic memory. You remember that one slave who got beat so bad and he was just in the complete full submission. He never even looked at the massa in the eyes. Never would even imagine rebelling. Yes, did I do good today? This is the face. Look, they painted his face black. They painted his face black. He's about to come out with an album. He's got an upside down cross tattooed on his body. Painted his face black, put him in this little woman's outfit, the little thong, and sent his ass outside sagging his pants. Nobody's going to speak against this. Where's all the grandmothers that told us to stop sagging our pants when we were, and hey, you can say what we want, Bryce, they can say what they want about us sagging our pants in the 90s, but we were masculine. DMX, Allen Iverson, we were masculine. We were masculine black men. This type shit right here is just like, okay, are you an agent or what, bro? Can somebody talk to me? I'm gonna read some comments. We got a few more things to talk about. Don't worry. I mean, I could talk about a lot. Like, let me see. Ooh, I could talk about that. Let me. This is some Asian shit right here. Hold on. This is some Asian, possible Asian shit right here. Let's see this shit right here. Did y'all see this? You know I'm in Houston, Texas. You know I'm in Houston, Texas, guys.
There are a lot of high tensions out here right now. A lot of parents are standing out here waiting to reunite with their children. And we just got word from church officials that some of the children that had still been waited to be evacuated out of the church, they will now be moved to Lamar High School. The SWAT team is taking the children over there to Lamar High School right now, so that's where parents can pick their kids up. But I want to bring over Vanessa here. You were inside when this all happened. Can you just explain to our viewers what you heard, what you saw?
Yes, I was inside with my husband and my two kids, and they were on the daycare. So we are still waiting for one of my baby. One was already released, and the other baby, 3 months old, is inside. But they said all the kids are fine and safe. But was super bad. We were sitting almost in front.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna just go ahead and say it.
These real boss men, they do.
I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. I don't believe any of this shit, but let's continue. I don't believe any of this stuff, but let's continue.
Well, right now, investigators are searching for a motive. Why did this happen following yesterday's shooting? That search took them to the shooter's home in Conroe. Our live team coverage continues tonight from Lakewood Church. Now we're going to go to KPRC2's investigator Mario Diaz. He is there live tonight. And Mario, today we found out the shooter had a criminal past, but still was able to purchase a gun.
That's right, Daniela. That gun was purchased back in December, and once they had that, or she had that gun in her hand, she was.
Listen to what they said, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to show you this real quick. I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole on this one. But listen to what they said. There was a shooting at the Lakewood Church out here in Houston. That's Joel Osteen's church. It's one of the biggest churches in America. There was a shooting. One person was killed allegedly. And they saying she did this. She had a firearm. The news, remember. This is the news that the news does show. She had a firearm. She did this. She did that. Okay, let's continue.
Able to come up here yesterday afternoon and cause chaos shortly before 2 o'clock.
Multiple shots are exchanged by all three. She eventually falls to the ground.
She eventually falls to the ground. Somebody put that in the chat. She eventually falls to the ground.
After 2 law enforcement officers took out the shooter in Sunday's incident at Lakewood Church, questions soon began to emerge regarding 36-year-old Janessy Moreno.
Janessy Moreno. This is the shooter. Something Moreno. First of all, okay.
And who she is.
We do.
Who she is. Who is she? Who she is.
Have some facts that she was put under an emergency detention order by Houston police officers, we believe in 2016. We do believe that she does have a mental health history that is.
She does have a mental health issue.
Documented through us and through interviews with family members.
She also has a history of breaking the law. The most recent case in Fort Bend County, where in October 2022, she pleaded guilty to unlawful carrying of a weapon, a misdemeanor. The guns and ammo seized in that case were destroyed.
We do know that the one that she did utilize was, from what we can tell, purchased in December legally.
A legal purchase of the AR-15, but the other rifle she had on her is still being traced. Moreno making it clear inside the church that she had another weapon on her as well.
She did threaten that she had a bomb on her person.
Investigators say Moreno has used multiple aliases, including the name Jeffrey Escalante.
Somebody put that in the chat. She also uses the name Jeffrey Escalante. But she also goes by Esmeralda Moreno. Now I'm not a smart guy, so somebody can help me understand what is the news trying to tell me. Because when the news can't even tell me the shit straight, they can't even shoot the shit straight, what the fuck are we supposed to believe, first of all? Is it a he or a she? See, this is the problem. We're so caught up in politics of making people feel good that we don't even want to report the news that's happening. This person went on a goddamn shooting spree at a church of all places, and you have the nerve to want to respect their pronouns.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
Imagine respecting someone's pronouns after they just shot somebody in a church. I know you just murdered that grandmother at the altar, but what would you refer to yourself as? They, them, or their? Talk to me in the chat. It's complete ridiculousness. So the news is calling her she, but oh yeah, also when she robbed a bank and busted a nigga in the head, she was also known as Antonio. Really?
Aliases, including the name Jeffrey Escalante.
Jeffrey, what woman you know is named Jeffrey?
HPD adding she got into a dispute with family members tied to her former husband.
What woman you know is named Jeffrey? So again, is this agent activity? Is there some type of, agenda behind all of this? Possibly another shooting at a church now. So now this is another reason to possibly take guns, possibly have more lockdowns, possibly have more surveillance. You got to think about all of these things. And now they have this so-called shooter, and I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole, but it actually gets kind of deep because they said something about anti-Semitic remarks. Did you guys hear this? They said allegedly this person not only shot up the church, but they wrote anti-Semitic remarks. Come on, guys.
Tonight, chilling new details about the shooter at Joel Osteen's Lakewood Church in Houston, where gunfire Sunday sent members running for cover.
They were repetitive. Boom, 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 boom. And I yelled, "Mom!"
Police identified the shooter as 36-year-old Genesee Yvonne Moreno and say she was carrying an AR-15 with the word Palestine written on it.
First of all, that's giving, guys, I hate to keep on, because time is of the essence, but this dude is giving non-Black American right here. This dude is giving super non-Black American. He's either non-Black American or let's just call it out, guys. A nigga like this, you get on the news talking like that, bucking your eyes like that, you're either non-Black American or you're on your 7th booster shot.
Running for cover.
They were repetitive. Boom, 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 boom.
Look at him bucking his eyes. Hold on.
They were.
Look at niggas' eyes, and your eyes are not supposed to buck that much for nothing, brother. When your eyes buck like that, look at him telling the white man exactly what happened. Oh, and I seen it all. I seen it. Them niggas, they was planning and fixing to run. Massa, if you go outside right now, I tell you what, you probably can catch them. They sure did start running fast, Massa. You better get on a horseback and catch them, Massa.
They were repetitive. Boom, 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 boom. And I yelled, "Mom!"
Police identified the shooter as 36-year-old Genesee Yvonne Moreno and say she was carrying an AR-15 with the word Palestine written on it. Police said they also found anti-Semitic writings during a recent search. Stein written on.
So now here's another possible agenda. Not only is it a shooting at a church, so you got the taking away the guns, you got the possible more surveillance, more lockdowns, but now you have a transgender involved, and you've got anti-Semitic remarks, and you've got Palestine. You have all the hot topics all in one beautiful. It looks like it's scripted. Somebody put that in the chat. This shit looks like it's scripted. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. This shit looks like it's scripted, guys. Look at this, guys.
Well, first off, thank Chief and the mayor and Chief Pena and all of these men and women did an amazing.
The question is, somebody just got killed at your church today. Right now, somebody got killed at your church, and there might be an active bomb somewhere by your church. Why are you smiling? Let me ask you in the chat, if somebody just got killed at the church where Jesus Christ was speaking, and there was a possible active bomb threat while Jesus Christ was speaking, would he go outside and address the public smiling? The real Jesus Christ. Would he smile? This dude is smiling like the fake white Jesus Christ smiles all the time. You know that's the difference, right? The media would have you believe that Jesus Christ, the real Jesus Christ, was smiling all the time. I beg to differ. As a matter of fact, he probably did smile a lot. He was probably a comedian. But wasn't shit funny? Why is this man smiling like white Jesus, floating on water, just wearing a silky white garment? Pero B, this is the same dude during Hurricane Harvey when it looked like the government put a goddamn weather modification weapon on Houston, and it said, the news said this never happened before. This hurricane is just sitting on top of Houston. Usually a hurricane moves around. This hurricane is sitting on Houston for 5 goddamn days. We've never seen it before. Don't you know, if I'm not mistaken, that was the most gallons of water that had fell or something like that. They said something like that. Hurricane Harvey, it was the most gallons of water that fell at one time or some shit. It broke a record as far as gallons of fucking water. This man has a mega church that used to be where the Houston Rockets played. Before the Houston Rockets went to the Toyota Center, they used to play here at his church. Well, it used to be a stadium. He turned it into a church. Don't you know when the water was reaching and everybody was trying to find shelter? You had Trey the Truth, shout out to Trey the Truth, out there, Bun B, out there in the mud, in the water, knee deep, waist deep, putting people on a boat, getting people to safety out here in Houston. I saw it. This man right here locked his goddamn doors and came out and did the same speech like you about to watch right now, smiling like the fake white Jesus Christ. Somebody just died. Look at this man.
Well, first off, thank Chief and the mayor and Chief Pena and all of these men and women did an amazing job. And it's just, you said it, Chief, it could have been a lot worse. Of course, we're devastated. I mean, we've been here 65 years and have somebody shooting in your church. But, you know, we don't understand why these things happen, but we know God's in control. And we're going to pray for that little 5-year-old boy and pray for the lady that was deceased, her family and all, and the other gentleman. But I don't know, it's just kind of in a fog, but, you know.
Look at his face, ladies and gentlemen. He says, I know somebody just got killed at my church 20 minutes ago, but, I'm kind of in a fog. Would this man say he's kind of in a fog with that smile on if it was his 7-year-old child, knock on wood, that got deceased? Talk to me in the chat. If his 7-year-old beautiful lily white daughter with blonde hair and blue eyes, if she got sprayed down and mowed down right there in the church, would he come outside 20 minutes later with that smile on, talking about, God's going to figure it out, and I'm kind of, just in a fog, but it's going to be okay. It could have been worse. This nigga literally said it could have been worse. Listen.
You said it, Chief. It could have been a lot worse. Of course, we're devastated. I mean, we've been here 65 years and have somebody shooting in your church. But, we don't understand why these things happen, but we know God's in control. And we're going to pray for that little 5-year-old boy and pray for the lady that was deceased, her family and all, and the other gentleman. But I don't know. It's just kind of in a fog. But, just believe that, we're going to stay strong. We're going to continue to move forward, and there are forces of evil, but the forces that are for us, the forces of God, are stronger than that. Yes. So we're going to keep going strong and just, doing what God's called us to do, lift people up and give hope to the world. Again, I want to thank all these gentlemen because, I can only imagine if it would have happened during the 11 o'clock service. We were in between services going into the Spanish service, so, if there's anything good of it, you know what, she didn't get in there and do a whole lot worse damage. So
now he's going back and talking about, well, I know somebody got killed, but it could have been worse. Can y'all hear me? I think my chat is frozen. I just wanted to show you what's going on in the news. That was interesting. I feel like Joel Osteen is an agent for sure. Joel Osteen is plugged in with some people. Joel Osteen is probably like a fucking gangster when the camera goes off. Can't you imagine this dude being like a super gangster, like a super mobster type, having hella hitters, hella money, snorting cocaine off a white woman's booty, but then he cuts the camera on and he has this beautiful fucking smile right here. Look at this smile. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this smile again.
We thank God for that. He's watching over all of us. And as the chief says, we're going to keep going strong and bringing hope to the world. But thank you again, gentlemen. Thank you, Brad.
I'm trying to find a good picture of a smile. He said, I'm going to give hope to the world. Isn't that great? He's going to give hope to the world. Somebody just got killed. And again, I'm not asking him to come out there crying and boo-hooing, but I mean, you need to be able to call out some shit. And that's another problem a lot of people have with the churches, guys. Right now, a lot of people are having with the churches that they're not calling out shit that's right in front of their face. You want to keep talking about this vague idea of, just love God and change the world. But when you see some shit going on, you're not saying anything. So let's move on to the next topic before we get out of here, guys. I don't know if my chat is my chat moving slow? What's going on? Somebody put a comment just so I can make sure. Because I might come back tomorrow and talk some more stuff. Because really, I have all these videos of all these agents right here. What's up with this stuff right here? What do y'all think about this?
That spree, officials say, consisted of 62 robberies where the robbers are accused of sneaking up on their unsuspecting victims, mostly women, on mopeds and scooters. Fox 5's Kendall Green is live in the Morris Park section of the Bronx with more. Kendall?
Hey, good evening, Stephen, Natasha. Police made multiple arrests in an apparent grand larceny scheme where they target unaccompanied women, and those involved are accused of snatching their purses and their phones, all to make money, while the mastermind behind it remains on the loose tonight. NYPD walking this duo, 20-year-old Alexander Dacre and 24-year-old Roxana Sejos, out of the 49th precinct Monday evening. They're alleged foot soldiers, part of an elaborate grand larceny scheme across the city. And in Lower Manhattan, police walked a second pair out of the 1st precinct, involved in the same scheme with vicious capabilities.
These thieves would ride up behind their victims on the sidewalk, steal their property, and then make their getaway. The majority of the victims are women, simply just walking alone.
NYPD released this video showing a victim being dragged by someone on a moped and flung into a metal beam, all to steal a cell phone.
The leader of the crew, identified as Victor Para, will blast out a message via WhatsApp that he is looking for phones. Para will send out specific orders for what type of phone he is looking for.
Around 5:30 Monday morning, the NYPD executed a search warrant at the alleged ringleader's home, where they arrested 5 people, recovered 22 stolen phones, along with victims' IDs.
So, this is the next conversation we got to have real quick. And I don't want to spend too much time on it because we've had it, you know, I'm wondering, is this all political? Again, I need to read y'all's comments because I don't know if maybe I need to look on my phone. I'm just looking on my thing, but leave a comment, please, if you're still listening. We're about to get out of here. But is this political, this whole migrant thing? You know, I know they've always talked about what's it called? The immigration and stuff like that. It just feels like there's this super focus on the migrants causing a lot of damage right now. Have y'all noticed that?
We're here for pattern 156. Essentially, it's about 62 cases right now, 7 boroughs, grand larceny, snatches, and robberies where phones are taken. Putting out essentially a hit for people to go do his dirty work to grab phones and stuff. So
there's that one. There's this one right here. Did y'all see this one right here? Look.
Well, now to the latest on that brutal attack against 2 NYPD officers. One of the suspects has now been indicted by a grand jury.
This comes amid a report that some of the other suspects have been arrested in Arizona. Fox 5's Chris Welch joins us now in studio with the latest today. Chris.
Yes, Steve, Natasha, that report coming from Fox News, which says that, quote, several men believed to be migrants who were arrested, then fled New York City, were apprehended at a bus station in Phoenix.
Do you see how even now they're still trying to protect their identities? Several men believed to be migrants. What do you mean you believe them to be migrants? You've arrested them. You know their names. You know their criminal history. You know where they're from. You know if they have documentation. You know if they were born here. You know if they have a birth certificate here. What do you mean several men that you believe them to be migrants? Again, I want to have a certain conversation, but also I don't want to fall into a trap because I can't help but to think for some reason this whole migrant thing, they're purposely doing this. Listen to me, guys. I don't know if you've ever felt like this, but I feel like this whole migrant thing, they're bringing all these migrants in just out of nowhere, and then it's going crazy, and then they're showing it. I don't know what the end goal is, guys. But I can't help but to think it's going to end in our control. Ultimately they're going to try to get us to come to the conclusion that we need them to be in control. Because even, okay, close the borders and all this, it's just, I don't know. I'm not the one to have this political conversation. But I just know somebody needs to look into this whole migrant situation because there's something even deeper than what we're like. There's just something deeper. And maybe I'm just not ready to, I'm not capable of having this migrant conversation. I want to have it because there's a lot of different videos I could show you. There was the 15-year-old boy. Let me see this one. Hold on. There was the 15-year-old boy who was hold on. Oh, look at this real quick. Hold on. Look at this right here. Hold on. Shaq, look what Shaq. Shaq disses Kanye West. Look at this shit. Hold on. Shaq disses Kanye West. He says, who cares? Stop bitching and snitching, Kanye. I know you saw me at the Super Bowl. I was waiting for you to say something smart. Man up. Nobody want to see you crying. Man up, little boy. Shaq is a goddamn Freemason talking just like a boule ass nigga. And now Shaq, who is a goddamn giant slave, he wants to incite violence. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't remember Kanye ever talking shit about Shaq, but I could be wrong. But anyway, I was going to show you something. Hold on. Look at this one right here. A 15-year-old migrant was arrested in New York City for shooting at a tourist and firing at police officers. So now the conversation, maybe it just needs to be like Solo said, we need to stay out of it. I think that's what it's looking like, Solo. It's looking like all these things are crumbling around us, right? Like we had this conversation about the Beehive fighting each other, the transgenders fighting with everybody else, the transgenders fighting with the black woman. We had a conversation about the migrants. We're having a conversation about the Somalis and all this. It's looking like we just need to mind our the Palestinians and the Israelis, the Ukrainians and the Russians. We just need to mind our motherfucking business. That's what it's really looking like. The same way everybody ignored us. I'm not saying we have to ignore anybody, but the same thing we were doing when everybody was ignoring us, which is minding our business, that's what we need to get back to doing. Let me see if I have any more little receipts before I get out of here, guys, because I didn't even really I could show these other videos, but nah, I'm not gonna show those. Let me show a few more videos from here before I get out of here. I wanted to react to another video. I forgot which one it was, though. Hold on. All right. I got 2 more videos I want to react to, but we don't have that much time, and I want to spend some time on them. I think the other one, which one should I talk about? No, I'm going to talk about that when De Facto comes back. I could talk about this one. I'm not going to talk about it today, though, because I'd have to break it down, and it's too much time. Go watch this video right here. Bryce, are you in the chat? Somebody please go watch this video. Go to Fox 26 Houston and find this video. It's not 26 minutes. It's like only half of this video. It's like 15 minutes. But he did a 15-minute in-depth interview on the brick situation, and we caught him lying again. This man lied again on this interview. This man is a liar, guys. And maybe we might not ever find out about why he lied and how much he knew about this, but he's definitely lying about this situation. And I have the proof that he's lying about this situation. And I'm going to play that next time, because in this particular video, he goes on and talks about how he was scared for his life. And that's the reason why he never made, you know, he didn't speak about it, because he was scared for his life and his freedom. But in the other interview, he said he never cared about this. It was just internet stuff. He wasn't worried about it. He lives a real life. The police never contacted him about it. Nobody knew about it. It was just internet stuff. But on this interview, he's saying he was getting death threats and he was about to go to jail. He was scared. And so we're going to break down this lying ass nigga right here. Allegedly, I don't want to slander him and saying he's lying when he's not. But I mean, when I go as far as to call somebody a liar, I could basically prove it. I don't just throw that liar word around. I can basically prove that this man is a liar. This man, basically, he's another agent. Watch this man. Hold on. He said some stupid shit right here. Look. Let me just show you something real quick.
Meet Osman. Well, originally, so first, just tell us, how did you meet Osman?
Somebody put that in the chat. Listen to what the red woman asked him. She asked him something very particular. Where did you meet the brick woman? Where did you meet the brick woman? Can somebody put that in the chat? Where did you first meet her?
Just tell us, how did you meet Osman?
Well, originally we was at I was at a club called Liquid Lounge. At the time, I was in my section, and the first time I met her is I seen her. She was standing up, and she had a ski mask on that showed her eyes.
In the club, was wearing a ski mask, a full face covering ski mask.
So again, he goes in on the same story that the first time he met her was in the club. But then when you read the police report, the police said on the footage, he was walking to the club with her. He walked inside the club talking to her the whole time, and he left the club with her. So the first time he saw her was not inside the club. He was talking to her before they even got in the club, ladies and gentlemen. He's a pure liar. Let me see if I can find another lie real quick.
It's been, you know, I never like to consider myself a victim, but, you know, it seems like my character has been slandered.
Yeah.
You know, at the very beginning, I was basically scared for my freedom and my life.
Oh, now he was, in the very beginning, he was scared for his freedom in his life. But he got on all these interviews talking to black people. He said, nah, I don't give a damn. It was just internet stuff. You see, this man is a liar, guys. We're going to bring it all out. I know it's a little late, so I might even call it a night. I do have more receipts if you still up. But there's another reason. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many stories to break down. Sometimes I just want to just step back and just allow this shit to unfold, you know? Because the truth of the matter is, this shit is going to unfold whether I bring out this news that the news doesn't show or not. It's really cool to bring out the news that the news doesn't show, but eventually you're going to find out this man was lying right here. He lied, even if he didn't lie about what I'm accusing him of lying about, which is being an African tether, like doing some weird scamming shit. He already lied about when he met her. He lied about the interactions. He lied about his brother in Minnesota with the CDL license. And remember, Minnesota is the place where all of the Somalians are at. Why are you in Minnesota, nigga? Of all places? Come on. Guys, put your thinking cap on. I'm going to tell you like my mom used to tell me. When I was 7 years old and 5 years old, and my mom wanted me to think really hard, she said, put your thinking cap on. I need you to put your fucking thinking cap on. I think that's what she meant. When I was younger, she told me to put my thinking cap. You remember the thinking cap? Maybe my mom was telling me this. Put that thinking cap, the woke hat. Put your thinking cap on, guys. Just use your common sense, okay? All of this will make sense if you use your common sense. Now, let me see if I have any last videos before I get out of here. This nigga's lying, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I can't see that dude's face because when I see him, I know that dude's lying. I don't know what he's lying about, but that nigga tried to charge me $300. Let me show you. Raise your hand if you want to see where this nigga tried to charge me $300 to do an interview with him after he said he was going to do the interview for free off the general principle, because he said he fucks with the grassroots and he wants to clear his name and talk to black men about it. And then when he found out the Shade Room wants to interview him, he tried to charge me $300. Y'all ever seen that? Hold on. Let me find this nigga. Hold on. Where's this nigga at? Here he is. Hold on. Okay. This is the dude right here that allegedly threw the brick. I've been talking to him. I've been trying to get an interview with him since the first time. But this is after, you see, I sent him a video. I was at the brick location. I told him, I'm an actual journalist. I do this shit, nigga. He agreed to have an interview with me. Look, I'm gonna show you just so I can show you I don't be talking shit. This is the dude. Look, let me show you. Look. This is the dude right here. This is the dude. You're telling me this is Black American? You're telling me this is Black American? Talk to me in the chat. Chocolate Melon. Chocolate Melon, don't be mean in the chat. We're just having a good, we're asking some questions.
When it's time for me at work, it's 11 o'clock right now, and I want to show you how I get motivated, baby. This is what I do. Time I spin on some locked up shit in the back of a paddy wagon comes locked on brick. Let's grind. Let's get it. Let's hustle. I gotta get it by any means necessary. That shorty, she try to bless me like I said I chew, like a sneeze. Please for them trick to squeeze them getting cream. Never let them get in between. But what it started, young nigga, but I'm lying hearted. I love me when I was stuck in their head. When I departed, I go and get it for artists. Draw like I'm an artist.
First of all,
what's the deal? It's the kid who did. Yes, I am Olin Douglas. With 48 hours left, what would you do in your last 48 hours? Who would you talk to? Who would you see? You apologize?
In your last 48 hours, nigga, you should go get a proper fucking haircut and not go to the Zimbabwe barbershop, nigga. Don't let me flame your ass up. First of all, this nigga is in the Airbnb trying to pop like he's and on top of that, now he's listening to Meek Mill. He's listening to the censored version. That's how you know he's a fuck boy. What nigga gets hyped listening to the censored version of a song? Look at this nigga right here. He doesn't even know the words, ladies and gentlemen. And then I could go into a whole conversation about this African dude that I work with, and I always peep him he's a young nigga though, but he be peeping my style and he be trying to hate and he be trying to take my style. I caught this dude trying to walk like me. I'm not lying. There's this African dude at my job. I literally caught him I have a very unique walk. He's trying to walk like me. I know that sounds crazy. He's trying to walk like me. I heard it. I was rapping a song the other day. He's trying to rap like me. He got dreadlocks, just like he just got dreadlocks. He's trying to, like, it's crazy. You gotta, like, and shout out to Brother Zabak. He's a Hebrew Israelite brother. He used to always say that Ham is trying to be Jake. In other words, Ham is trying to be Jacob, or Ham is trying to be Israel. And man, I'm going to tell you the truth. That's a whole nother conversation for another day. I don't know if this dude is African or not. That's a whole nother conversation for another day. But this dude is corny as hell. I just want to show you this is him, right? But the reason why I say it's giving African is because Black American men don't really have to have on designer shirts and designer hats, the Louis Vuitton, everything all the time. That's what I'm saying. Black American men, we have a little bit more, for the most part, we're a little bit more subtle than this motherfucking shirt right here. We're a little bit more subtle than this shirt right here. Black American men, traditionally, I mean, other than Michael Jackson, we don't traditionally have a monkey. That's some foreign shit. That's some, I don't know, that's from the Congo or whatever, but Black American men traditionally don't smoke hookah with the monkey on the lap wearing the fake Louis Vuitton shirt. That's just traditionally. But let me get back to the messages. Hold on. Because this is the dude. This is the dude I'm talking about, right? He's on the news. Hold on. He's on the news, right? But I want to show you the messages that he wrote to me. Just real quick before we get out of here, to show you that these people be Asians, dog. These people aren't here for real conversation. It's one thing, I understand, make your money, my nigga. Make your money, but don't make your money at the expense of the black grassroots. Let me show you this dude real quick. So we had a few conversations. This is the dude right here. But I want to show you where he tried to charge me $300 to do an interview on my platform after he agreed to do it for free on a live stream. Let me see. Hold on. We had a lot of conversation. Listen, this is him. Tell me if you can hear this, ladies and gentlemen. This is him talking to me.
Hey, check this out. This interview for you is really gonna go crazy because number one, I'm interviewing with the Shave Room, and I'm interviewing with a lot of different other people.
So first of all, let me tell you why he's saying this. Let me tell you why he's saying this real quick. So I told him on the live stream, this is the beginning of our conversation right here, just so we're clear. When I was on the live stream, I said, brother, I've been trying to contact you for 4 months now. When the brick situation first happened, You were the first person I found out about. I said, go look in your inbox. You'll see me. Then he came back. He said, I remember you now. He said, you want an interview? Look at this. Somebody put that in the chat. Look right here. Do you want an interview? I said, sorry for the passion, but yes, I have questions. Yes, I want an interview. Look at this. Hold on. I want you to read this before we get out of here. Because the grassroots is going to be the grassroots. Look at this. He said, you want an interview? I said, sorry for the passion, but yes, I want an interview. He says, okay. I say, are you available on Monday? Because you know, guys, I do my stream on Mondays. Are you available on Monday? I said, you need to be seen speaking to a black man about this. I'm not here to set you up, but I do have legitimate questions, and I feel like you owe black men an open conversation. You spoke to the white man on the news. Look at what I told him. I said, you spoke to the white man on the news and the black woman. Now, please give me the time with respect. Hold on. Fuck that. Hold on. I'm going to show you exactly what I got to say before I get out of here. Fuck that. Because I'm telling you how I stand on business. This is the dude that allegedly threw the brick and fucked up the whole black community, right? Look what I told him. I said, you spoke to the white man on the news and the black woman. Now, please give me the time. With respect, my channel is not big. But he said, okay. Look at that. He didn't say nothing about money. He said, okay. I said, mind you, he was on live stream while we were having this conversation. So he's reading all this. He said, okay. That's the reason why he couldn't really have a whole conversation. But he's saying, okay. He didn't say no price. I said, I've been doing this for 7 years as an independent journalist, and YouTube deleted my original channel. I said, I am a huge reason why the brick woman was charged. And I'm not going to talk about that other content creator. I said, I'm at work doing a double today. But my name is J-LEETHAL. I said, Monday, I'll cash app you money if you need to talk. He said, okay, I just look forward to the conversation. He didn't mention anything about money. But I wanted to show him that if he needed it, if it was absolutely necessary, I'm even willing to pay. Well, look at this. I sent him the shaking hands emoji. I sent him a shaking hands emoji right here, right? We shook hands. Okay. He looks forward to the conversation. Later on, look, a few hours later, he said, hey, boss, I've been getting offers all day for interviews. So in order to get the interview now, I'm going to need you to send a deposit. A fucking deposit, ladies and gentlemen. I said, LOL, what's the deposit, man? You gave me your word that you would allow me the interview as a man. But okay, what's the price? I said, also, did you charge the white man and those women that interviewed you? I guess that's none of my business, though. What's the price? So then that's when he sent me this voice message. Listen to this bullshit.
Hey, check this out. This interview for you is really going to go crazy because, number one, I'm interviewing with the Shave Room, and I'm interviewing with a lot of different other people. So, I mean, you seem a little salty. I don't know why. And everyone else.
You see, he said, I seem a little salty. Listen to what he said. I seem a little salty.
I don't know why. I mean, you seem a little salty. I don't know why.
Why am I salty, nigga? Did you hear him? Ladies and gentlemen, he said, you seem a little salty, J-LEETHAL. I don't know why you're salty.
Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son.
Nigga, I'm mad at them fake Louis suits. I'm mad at that Zimbabwe haircut that you got fresh out the motherfucking with the machete to your lineup. I'm mad that you lied about the story. That's what I'm mad about. Fuck how you look. I'm going to get to the nitty gritty. I'm mad that you're lying about these receipts that I have.
And everyone else is.
So anyway, he sent this message talking about, yeah, I need to send him 300. Look at this, 150 down right now and $150 at the end of the interview. Do you want an in-person interview or virtual? That's when I said, I'm in Houston. I could come to you, blah, blah, blah. We started talking about this. Anyway, so he asked me later, and I told him I'm just not comfortable paying him. So I ended up telling him I'm not comfortable paying him the money. Hold on, what did I say? I said hold on. Oh yeah, I said I'm good. I'm just gonna say what I have to say on my platform. Have fun with the shade room. I'll be around. So I had a whole conversation with this brick dude, man. And long story short, these dudes be agents of confusion, man. It's not, and what I'm starting to realize, and what I've always known, but I guess I just rebelled against it. It's not always my job, and I definitely have always known this. That's why I haven't talked about certain people or whatever. It's not really my job to expose everybody who's an agent. Do you understand that? My main job, and I guess I would say my only job, is to not be an agent. Wouldn't you say? I mean, of course, you can have the job of exposing the agents too, which is really important. But I would say before you even have the job of exposing the agents, we have to try to not be an agent. And remember, some people are agents and they don't even know that they're agents. So that's why you have to understand the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy so that you don't fall in line with their strategies. Because remember, they know that your black ass is out here. So remember, we black out here. So don't fall in line with what they want you to fall in line with. Is that easy to understand or not? If you gained a little wrinkle tonight in your brain, please let me know. You know, I'm just popping my shit tonight. I should have got some extra food. I'm actually hungry. You know, life is beautiful. You know, shit happens. You can never get too comfortable. Here's another thing I told you guys before. I'm gonna tell you again, but I had to tell myself some shit happened today. Two things happened today that were kind of weird, and usually they would have kind of bothered me, but they didn't, because I understand change is inevitable. So change is inevitable, and especially if you get too comfortable. If you get too comfortable, that can lead to something that you don't want to happen, and you can't be mad at anybody else but yourself, because what happens when you get too comfortable, you don't take the same precautions, you don't take the same steps that you're supposed to take. So something happened today earlier to me that I got too comfortable, and an opportunity is no longer available to me. Let me just say that. I got too comfortable with one opportunity. It's a small thing. It happens all the time. But now that opportunity is not available to me. And I liked the opportunity, but it was my fault for getting too comfortable and getting complacent and not taking the proper steps. And this is a big part of our evolution, is once we start recognizing the error of our ways and trying to correct it. We can't always correct it, but at least we can be aware of it and try to curb it, at least feel bad about it when we do it. Some people out here really not even understanding what they're doing wrong, not even giving a fuck. Like, these niggas out here with their ass out like Playboy Cardi. And I would play some music, but I'm on the run and it's already like 2:30 in the morning, so I don't want to wake the neighbors blasting these fucking hippity hop music. If you guys have anything to say before I get out of here, let me know. I do have more receipts, but don't have any more time, and then I'd have to read all the. I got a whole bunch of shit. You remember Plies? Look at Plies. Plies might be an agent. Again, Plies pushed the vaccine. He told us to vote for Joe Biden, and he made his fortune off of degenerate black music. But now he wants to say that, it's the knuckleheads that are ruining the black community. Plies, arguably, you're the knucklehead that you're talking about, brother. Now, again, that's arguable because maybe you might say that you've changed your ways and now you're trying to teach the kids the right way. But I think it's more important before you start teaching the kids the right way, at least come out and be honest and be like, yes, that was a character. Hold on. My bad. I'm tired of showing Playboy Cardi. At least Plies needs to come out and tell everybody that was a character, a fake character, and it was wrong for me to show that into the black community. Anyway, I don't know. Thank you guys for joining me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were hearing me tonight. I'm going to let you guys get some sleep. I wish I would get some food, but then I'd have to go outside and get on my bike and all this other shit. So I'm probably just going to call it a night. I might come back for Talk My Shit Tuesday. I might not. I don't know. It is what it is, but I do love you guys. And if I didn't read your comment, I'm going to read it tomorrow if the stream isn't taken down. Thank you guys for joining me. Please press the thumbs up before you get out of here. Stay on the run. Stay cautious. Fuck it. Go do some push-ups. Don't get too comfortable. And most of all, guys, again, I'm not playing a song before I get out of here, so I just have to say this. Most of all, guys, do not be an agent. Till next time I see you, holla at your boy. Please vibrate higher.